being late. I'm gonna be a little bit more late. We're gonna be right back. But just a second, I need to water the plants. You know, the plants, they need to water. They're gonna die. So,
So, when last we left off, we had finished about half of Peiko's leveling. And now we need to finish the rest of it. And after that, we have a bajillion minigames that are going to be coming up. I guess we've already started the Minigame Madness yesterday with the pulling the thing out of the pulling the angler boss out of the ocean. So we've already started the process, but this next phase of the game from my recollection, just has a bunch of random mini games that you have to do. This is now an ASMR stream. Wow. It's not that. If I did that, I couldn't rewatch the VODs. Not that I do. ASMR is deeply upsetting for me. It is a sensory problem, one might say. One might say. So, and I would say I have like weird sensory issues with like people doing ASMR. Anytime someone does ASMR, like the thing where they're really close to the mic, which I occasionally do, but like anything where like it's upsetting. It's upsetting. It makes me go ah. I can't do it. Can't do it. So yeah. So yesterday we figured out that Ray actually starts out in an okay position. Like, nothing too amazing, massively more difficult to use than Gar. But Momo, as an example, has not, like, overtaken the damage roll yet, right? Like, Momo currently has a weapon that's only like 16 power higher than Ray's weapon. Ray has a pretty good weapon for him at this point in the game. Where's my controller? I always put my controller in random locations. Well, I say my controller. I always put everything in random locations, and oftentimes I will hide things behind my monitor for some reason. It's a problem. It comes from the fact that in order to get to my desk is like in a corner, and I walk around my desk to come in from this side. And since I'm walking around the desk, it's easy to if the desk is on my left side, right? And I'm holding things in my left hand. So I go, yes, an empty space for me to put this thing down, and I put it down, and then it's a problem. It's just a problem. Have we seriously been on this run for 40 hours? That's crazy. Have we had that many streams? Crazy. Crazy how much time we've spent on this run. So let's see. Do we want to take a look at Peko now? No, let's not worry about it. Okay, well, the controller got unplugged, but that's fine, because it's wireless now. Because I spent $10 buying a wireless thing. So, is Peko under the correct master? I don't actually know. I don't know what I need for 12. So we're going to our spreadsheets. They really want to push AI on you at every step. Everything you click on has a pop-up or, make an AI video. Whoa. I don't know why that seemed appropriate for that. Okay, we're currently level 11. That was a day's level. Do we have 3 levels under fall? Holy shit. That's crazy. We have an 8-point, a 5-point, and then another 8-point level coming up. Not too shabby. The 5-point is the minimum that I would tolerate on fall, because fall is not... the penalties that fall gives are to agility and intelligence, so the -3 agility is... I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Alright, we got Barry and Pfow. So we have the fairies. Pefau is really good. Let's see, what job do we have here? We have an inn. We have a merchant. I need to figure out what the different things that I need are, actually. So... Rod. What is this game called? There's... I can't do all of the things because there's actually multiple iterations of each. Handyman ability. Okay. There we go. We're going to need multiple merchants in order to get certain things. We can get actually several people's ultimate weapons and armor and stuff here. The most important thing we're going to be getting here is probably Peiko's ultimate armor. Ultimate armor. Peiko's. Peiko has really, really garbage equipment access. His best piece of gear is a generic, mediocre chest plate. He just doesn't have access to a good option. So he's going to use a generic thing that isn't very good, but that's fine. So, we're popping back over here. We are going to talk to Fall. We're going to get 3 levels this time. And then we're switching back to Days, where we're going to get a nice 5-point level. Now, 17 I have set as a Days level. Did I do the thing? I did. Okay. 17 I have set as a Days level. And I'm not sure if that's what I want to do. We're getting the full penalties on this level. I'm tempted to actually do Merry Leap. If I had done 2 levels of Merry Leap here... just on the levels where Days' results are really bad. But I'm not going to worry about it for right now. Actually, let's take a look here. So, your Rippers are mediocre weapon. What is your base power? Your base power is 60 right now. So, Peiko's base power is roughly equivalent to Ark's base power right now. Peiko really benefits from leveling more so than Gear. It does occur to me that Peiko's base stat totals are similar to Ryu's, but Ryu has a huge amount of int growth. Peiko has no int growth. His int growth is garbage. So Peiko actually does have substantially more effective stats. Excuse me. Than Ryu. And can potentially afford much more. It really just depends. Obviously, if you're getting high enough level... Well, the thing is... So here's the thing that's interesting, is that you would think that as you get to really high level, the characters that benefit more from leveling would benefit from their increased scaling more, and so the characters with better equipment would fall more behind. However, after level 50, there's a hard cutoff at level 50 where your stat gains for every character just collapse. So nobody has good stat gains after level 50. And since nobody has good stat gains after level 50, you really do have like a limit to how high you're going to get, and thus how much of an advantage the characters with higher base stats have. Because everybody can continue leveling, but then everybody just sitting on Ladon and getting +2 to every stat for 30 levels, that's actually not that simple. I usually do not just sit at Ladon indefinitely. There's not really a lot of ways to gain AP back, so I do have a tendency to have an excess of AP. It would make sense for me to... Right, I should check. You have 21 agility. Can I get you high enough that I could get the others below you? Wait, I could. Are we going to... Yes, we're going to enact chat's suggestion from yesterday. We're going to buy a Midas ring. We're going to buy 2 of them, probably. I don't believe they stack, but they basically just double the amount of money you get at the end of a battle. But they weigh 10 in an accessory slot. So we'll equip the coupons, and this will make it cheaper. And if we do that, then we just have a much more smooth, casual trajectory for our thing, because Peiko has burn. So since Peiko has burn, Peiko can start the battle with burn, and then we kill it on the same turn. We don't need X turns in order to be able to make that happen. Though I think we get X turns against the thingers anyway. Alright, is this the weapons or the armor? There's a lot of people in Windia, but there's also a lot of shops. Which means lots of competition for me! Are they just in the item shop? Probably, because they wouldn't be the weapon shop. So many Midas stones, we can't keep them in stock. Okay. So we now have Midas stones that we can equip to move our agility around. Our agility is just getting too high, y'all. So we have 24, we have 21, and we have 21, and we have 19. This should be sufficient to accomplish our tasks. So now, we're still going to outspeed everything in the area. We're not going to be X-turning everything, but I think we still X-turn the thingamabobbers. And we should be able to basically kill everything before we have to worry about too much. How much EXP do we need to hit the next level? We need about 400 EXP, so I don't know how much we need to hit the next level. At a certain point, we're going to reach the point where 900 experience is not enough to cause a problem for us. But we're not quite there yet. I do want to hit 19 on Peiko before we do anything else. Did I establish Ray's Master? But I do feel like I maybe want with the next bosses, I think I might want to actually do a version of each boss with each, like, character. It's very time consuming, right? But I just think it might be kind of fun to just explore each of the different characters and what they bring to the table. So, like, if I bring Nina, Ryu, and then a person to every battle, what does that entail? And I just keep everyone who isn't Nina at the same level, which should be reasonably easy to do. What was it doing? Right, we keep everyone who isn't Nina at roughly. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much I'm getting like 3 levels here, right? We're getting to like 14, is it? Yeah, we're getting all the way to 14. So yeah, we have a billion EXP to play with. Unfortunately, Peiko doesn't have any AP to play with. Monopolize, and I think we Frost Strike you, and Lightning. Oh, I could have just blitzed. What was it? Oh, Nina is slower. Hey, we are going to charm this. And poke Nina. Nina shouldn't have any trouble killing this with a poke, but I could be wrong. We have like an ultra... Yeah. Okay, we get 300 EXP. We get another broadsword. And we can... I think I am going to just... No, I have Blitz. We're fine. Don't worry about it. We're going to monopolize into Blitz for our general strategy. And, okay, the opponent has the initiative. Oh no! Oh no! Alright, so Peiko is going to monopolize. Look at us being able to monopolize on a Vulcan. And we steal. Yeah, Nina is definitely a character who... Snooze. Wait. Don't forget that. Nina's definitely a character who benefits a lot from just like a little bit of extra bulk. Like, you get a lot of bulk items kind of naturally. Obviously, I'm getting more bulk items than you would normally get if you were just playing through very casually. But I'm still getting, like... one of the things that's interesting about bulk is that building up a moderate supply of proteins doesn't take pretty much anything. You don't have to go out of your way to do it because of the fact that you're gonna want to be here anyway. This is the best EXP you're gonna get for quite a while. We have 24 agility now. Did I have 24 agility before? Is that what I was sitting on? Okay, I can equip the Crepe Cape, that puts me at 22. Yeah, I think I had like 21 before I unequipped stuff. Alright, so Peiko is going to monopolize, Ark is going to blitz. And Nina is going to pretend that Blizzard is necessary. The other advantage of farming here as an adult is that adult Ryu has 100% accuracy. So child Ryu does not. Jesus Christ. 19 hit points, 8 power, 9 defense, 3 intelligence through fall. That fucking level, man. It's fucking crazy. You know, I should put the master on the other side of this. If I was going to reorganize all of this, that's definitely what I would do. But yeah, what a crazy level. So Peiko is now level 13 and has almost as much HP as a level 29 Nina. And that's Nina with a bunch of life shards that we picked up over the game. But anyway, getting these defense boosters and just throwing them into Nina, because of the fact that you get so many of them, I think can counteract a lot of her her bulk issues that she's going to have natively. And giving her Monopolize and having her take the XP so that you can like make a build for the other characters helps her a lot as well. Because again, she doesn't need a build. She just... You need somebody to be taking a bunch of stat drops for the sake of the party, and it just makes sense for it to be her. And one of the things that's very cool is it makes sense for her to be taking those stat drops, but she doesn't actually have to suffer from it, because you just give her the stat boosting items that you get a lot of them in this game. In most games, you don't get a lot of stat boosters. But in this game, I think that you get, like... For the ones that aren't, like, intelligence or agility, you get a lot. Just in case. There you go. That just in case came to play. Alright, so we should be tagging level 14 here. There we go. We hit level 14. We get another very tiny level. You'll note that Fall gives +1 to power and +3 to defense. So we got 1 power and 2 defense this level natively. We gained, what, 4 HP? We gained 4 HP, so like 3 of that HP is coming from leveling. And the rest of it, very, very weak level. Very, very hit or miss on the levels with Peiko. But to be fair, part of that is that a normal level, where you get normal amounts of stats on Peiko, feels incredibly sad and pathetic because it's Peiko. And you get used to these levels where it's like, okay, I'm gonna get 15,000 stat points, it's fine. So we're swapping to days. I don't think we need... Somebody at some point is going to have 4 fall levels together, and then when that happens, I'll make sure to get the abilities that I need to get. I don't remember. I think there is an ability at 3, but I think I might already have it. Resist is at 2. So if you can get resist before you get to Stallion. And it is very funny. Resist is a great ability to have on a character that isn't leveled under fall. Let's see. Days. Yes. Well, what are you doing here? Did you miss me that much? Yes, there is. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's it. So we're going to get one more level here under days. Then we switch back to fall. And then level 18, I do have to make the decision. Do I prefer to do days, which I think I do. I need the int on Peiko, not from an offensive perspective, but from a defensive perspective. His snap int growth is so bad that he ends up being very vulnerable to spells. Now, does that actually matter? Not really, no. In the late game, you're eventually going to get immunity to like all status effects, or sorry, to all elements. Like you're just going to just casually be ignoring all elements, though Peiko has a harder time with that. Peiko legitimately struggles to get immunity compared to the other characters because again, his gear is garbage. Alright, so we have days for level 15. Then we have, I'm just confirming, we are level 14. Yes. Level 14, we have days. Okay. Golden. I'm looking forward to seeing what Peiko's stats look like at level 19. Monopolize. You know what? No, we're gonna charm you. I think the lizard was only hitting for like 6 damage. Blizzard's the wrong spell. Fuck. I don't think these are weak against. So the lizard man might actually kill me. I think Blizzard is a stronger spell, though. Okay, so it still kills the other one. Yeah, definitely does less damage than exploiting the weakness. Alright, Peiko is regenerating 7 HP per round now. And I think we're at a point where we are safe leveling no matter what. If we have like 2 EXP to next level, and we get a pack with a Vulcan and 2 Lava Men, that's iffy. But anything less than that should be fine. So move the light so it's more aligned. We are going to charm, and we are going to... What are we going to do here? We could... I'm tempted to not do lightning, because... It's a little wasteful. It's a little bit wasteful. Wasteful. Okay, 139. We are getting close. We have 5 levels to get. And once we get those 5 levels, we'll be level 19 and be in for a good time. We monopolize, we charm, we steal. Grabbed a protein. Okay, we did the monopolize. So this will level us up to 15. We will get a shit ton of agility. We're gonna get 4 agility out of this. So 4 agility, 4 power, 3 int, 6 AP, and 2 HP. Alright, we go back to Fall for levels 16 and 17. And then we're going to go back to... Do I want that to be a Days level, or would I rather it be a Mary Leaf level? I'd lose 2 power doing a Mary Leaf level. I'd lose 2 power, but I gain... And I lose 2 power, I lose some AP. How much AP does Peiko have right now? 64 is actually quite a lot. But he has to use... Actually, he doesn't have 100% accuracy. Do I have an Artemis cap equipped on him? How am I gonna have him doing damage? What's his damage move? It's not Shadow Walk. Shadow Walk is Momo's. If he's using Aura, with an Artemis cap, which does an Artemis cap give him 100% accuracy? Because missing an Aura sucks. Unfortunately, Momo has the AP to use Aura for days, but she doesn't have the accuracy to use Aura. She's. I mean, it depends. If you gave her a specific weapon, she would. But that would interfere with her weapon-based damage. So I'm not sure. At any rate, we're going to get up 2 more levels with Fall, and we can adjust our equipment again. Well, we just gained 4 agility on Peiko, which means that the upper limit for these other characters is higher. So if I take this off and then put on something heavy, like a leather apron, 1 stamina, there we go. So I need you to get to 25. No, 25. It might be. It would be nice to be able to do this. Let's not swap this out, because I do want to make sure that I'm insta-giving as much as possible. I'm not quite insta-giving the Vulcans consistently, so I would like you to go 1 heavier. We give you the buckler. There we go. So, just adjusting our gear so that we have slightly better gear equipped for this scenario. The protectors are not particularly important right now. So, hitting level 19. 19 is a Fall level. So it's 18 that's the Days level. I think we stick to Days, because I think we're going to be using Aura. Peiko is someone who's going to need to be like a sustained demon. So with that being the case, I need Peiko to have plenty of AP. So we've saved the game. We are sitting on whatever level we're sitting on. What I should do, I should highlight the level that I'm on. Level 15. So we're getting 16, 17. So that is going to give us an additional 14 over our base stat growth between those two levels. Pego really has a lot of levels where he gains 0 int. It's crazy. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. So we can Frost Strike you and try to steal from the Vulcan. Yeah, running into Vulcans consistently is very nice. Alright, so Arc needs to do something. What was it that Arc needed to do? Charm. And Steal. And we might pick up our third suit of Magma Armor in here while we're at it. We have 2 now, and we need a total of 3 to fully equip everybody. Okay, Peiko can initiate the burn. And then we Frost Strike, and then just for shits and giggles, I think I'm actually gonna Magic Ball and just hope that this works. Wait, what? Does Magic Ball have priority or something? What the fuck just happened? Huh. Well, that was strange. She's like way slower than Peiko is right now, so I don't know what the hell just happened. Okay, how much more EXP do we need? We need more than 1,000. So we are well and truly safe from accidental over-leveling. So level 17 is going to be coming up. We are now going to be very comfortably faster than the lizards and things. Nina previously was in a speed tie with the lizards, I think. That was very strange. I wonder if Magic Ball does have... Some healing seems to have, like, a speed boosting effect. Of some sort. Like, it's weird, but healing tends to mess with the turn order, where you heal faster than you would expect based off of the character's agility. It's not like priority in Pokemon, but it's more like, you know, it has like a +5 agility modifier to it or something like that. There might have been something written about that in the mechanics documentation that I didn't copy down. I need to copy some of that shit down so that we don't lose it. I am just gonna blitz. I'm not gonna worry about trying to get the flame shield. I should worry about trying to get the flame shield. I should. Because it would be cool to get it. And once we finish in here, I am going to head back to the fairies to check in on them. Do I have a wisdom ring equipped? I do. Let's do that. If I didn't have a wisdom ring equipped, I could equip one, and then I could more comfortably guarantee a one-shot on these. I'm just like a little bit away from being able to comfortably one-shot Lizardmen. And they do have the ability to just tag me here. Oh, Peiko's the only one with an X turn? That's funny. We're gonna just do a quick snooze here so that we have some HP left for the next Lizard Man that I run into. I'm gonna be blitzing, which drops me low, but I want to be at like 15, not at like 10. In theory, I shouldn't have to worry about getting too many enemies getting turns, but unfortunately, because I want to charm the Lizardmen, they are a bit more difficult, so... The amount that you can do with Blitz on a fast character is really crazy. The attack formation with Blitz, once you reach a certain point in an area, in terms of your relative power to that area, you can basically just walk in with Blitz and blitz every single encounter without fail. There's some areas where you can't really do that because you need to work around certain like abilities of the enemies or whatever. But the amount that you can just walk into an area, hit the blitz button on every single fight with either Momo, not so much, but I have used her for this purpose early in the game. I've tried to use it for it later in the game as well. She actually works fine with it if you give her she has one weapon that has 100% accuracy. So if you give her that weapon, she is she's a good blitzer. But except for the fact that she doesn't have the she's not that speedy naturally, and she's not going to have as high of attack power if she's do I actually want to... No. We don't have that many fights that we have left to do here. We should be basically done. So I think this is going to get us to 17. So it's us to 17. We get another 18 HP, another 8 power, another 9 defense. Very, very powerful levels coming out from our dear friend Peiko. The one thing that Peiko has as a weakness is the fact that enemies have their level-based damage, and the level-based damage tends to be fairly considerable. That level-based damage does tend to stack up. So I guess we just pop under days immediately, actually. And Peiko now has the highest HP of any party member at level 17. Gar has close, but no cigar, I believe. No Cigar. I think Gar has what, like 140 something? I'll have to check. Well, 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 what are you doing here? Let's see. But yeah, we don't have a ton of levels with Peiko under her. So he only has 16 agility right now. We have 10 agility coming out of the thingamabobber. I'm a harsh mistress. No, we're good. You know, I wonder if saying yes there also is faster. Because I think that there's no dialogue after that. If you say yes to another and then cancel out, I think there might be no dialogue at all. Okay, so you're getting level 18. And we are creeping up on the attack power that Ray has, but we're not there yet. Bear in mind that Ray is going to benefit from triple attack power from the thingamabobber. Okay, so Peiko, Monopolize, Arc. I'm actually going to snooze into Lightning. I'm hoping that I don't kill with the Lightning here. Because what I want is to then Charm and then poke it. We didn't quite kill it, and it doesn't attack with Ray. Everything's golden. Okay, we're gonna guard with Peiko. Peiko is the only one getting X turns right now. Peiko has 8 HP regen per turn now. We Charm, and we poke. We actually only have 2 more Vulcans in us right now before we need to restore Peiko's AP. But it doesn't matter because we don't need 2 Vulcans right now. We just need 1 Vulcan's worth of EXP to get us up to level 18, and then we were going to need to head out to go talk to Fall. Okay, we Monopolize, and we Blitz. But yeah, Blitz, the only issue with Blitz is that it doesn't play completely nicely with the way that I'm playing right now. That being said, if I made Nina faster and gave Nina Charm, so with the specific setup that I have right now, I run into the issue of like the action economy of the situation. But if I wasn't monopolizing, then I could Charm and then Steal and then Blitz on the same turn to make an attempt at a Steal, increase the drop rate of items. Oh, that's not good. And then get the kill. Well, poor Arc. It's almost like you should have been healed. It's almost like healing you should have been a priority of mine. I was not expecting it to hit for 18. I thought that I had enough durability, but I'm not even wearing all my gear, so what am I thinking? Okay, we Monopolize, and then we Blitz. Have we learned our lesson? No, clearly not. But yeah, you can basically just sit on 1 HP while blitzing. Blitz can't kill you. And if you outspeed the enemies, you can just blitz them all with absolutely 0 risk. So that is a 12 HP, 10 AP, 7 power, 3 defense through days, 3 agility, 5 intelligence level. Let's frickin' go. Let's go. So unfortunately, we do have a couple of levels where we're taking the full penalties from days. But overall, pretty nifty stuff. The next level, I believe, is a fall level. Level 19 is a fall level. So we're going to go ahead and pick up that level 19, and then we're going to head back to camp. I guess we're going to head to camp anyway. But we're going to pick up... We're going to just... Maybe we'll rest in Paula, actually. Oh no, we can rest in Genmo while we're getting the Vinger. Yeah, this could go a lot faster if we weren't prioritizing EXP on a single character, which eats up a turn with Monopolize, and if we weren't prioritizing stealing from each of the Vulcans that we run into. The stealing from all the Vulcans is time-consuming because you can't set it up. You have like a random chance of it succeeding. I wonder if I got fast enough. Could I make things happen? Yeah, we're gonna have a nice quick look at what Peico's stats look like once we hit level 19. 19 is not one of the super levels, so it shouldn't be that insane compared to what we have right now. I'm wondering who it makes the most sense to compare to. Maybe Momo? I mean, Gar is like a direct one-to-one comparison, pretty much. So I think that makes sense to do it as a comparison. Let's see. Okay, right. So out we go on a nice little adventure. It is very convenient that the enemies don't get X turns. If enemies got X turns, it would be a problem. You end up with 0 agility so often, especially in the early game. Alright, we are going to Charm. We're going to Lightning. And I forgot to rest, which might end up being a problem here. Okay. We only need about 1.5 Vulcans worth of EXP. Alright. This is a lot of EXP, actually. We're gonna go ahead and... Are we gonna blitz? No, we're gonna charm. No. No, we are gonna blitz. And Nina's gonna steal. Blitz will not hurt the Vulcan. So we can safely blitz here. We get the protein. And then we burn. You know what? We snooze. And Ice Blast. And then we just have Peiko take a hit. You don't have a fire weapon. And Frost Strike. This should be lethal. Not Peiko's attack, but this attack should be lethal. There we go. Get 1080 EXP. Excuse me. I should like not eat right before my storage drain. Because I keep burping. And part of that is that I'm constantly drinking soda, which maybe I shouldn't be drinking soda. Maybe I shouldn't be drinking soda continuously. Maybe that isn't good, actually. We grab the protein. We can burn. We can Frost Strike. And I think I'm actually just going to try for a point. I think it might be immune to electricity. In which case this weapon won't do anything. But I just want to check it out. I think it's immune to electricity. It does smell like vinegar in here. Hey, Saris. We're not quite there yet. We are finishing up Peiko. But Peiko just hit level 19, so Peiko is in fact finished. So everybody's level 19. We can take a look at everyone's stats at level 19. Do a little bit of a comparison between them. See how Peiko has fared. I really do feel like Mary Leap might be the way to go, but the Mary Leap Peiko is a very strong build. But this does have higher numbers, though. The numbers, they be higher, though. We need number go up. So let's take a look at what Peiko looks like while fully equipped. We're going to take off those speed boots that are so beautiful, but also... Let's give an Artemis cap because we do not have 100% accuracy. So Peiko has currently a little bit worse power than Ray by default. So Ray has, I think, 100... Was it like 128? Something like that? So let's compare the Doom Onion to our friend Ray for a second. So Peiko could use Shadow Walk freely. Oh no, Peiko actually does have higher power than Ray does. with a 25 power weapon. But that's not fully equipped. Let's give you full... You're also not fully equipped. Can you use steel gauntlets? You can use steel gauntlets. Bullshit. Are steel gauntlets available to me? I need to kit myself out. Let's go to the fairy village, take a look. Well, it really depends, right? Like, on your definition of, like, stat customization. Peiko starts out at level 1, so you're unlikely to use him the second that you get him. And almost immediately after you get him, a master that requires him at multiple stages... I guess not almost immediately, but pretty soon after, you get Mary Leap. And if you just put Peiko under Mary Leap... Like, with Peiko under Mary Leap, Peiko is, like, out of control. Like, you don't need to put Peiko under anything else at any point. You can just leave Peiko under Mary Leap the entire game, and he'll kind of just outperform Ray at his own game, for the most part, for most of the game. Because he has enough AP built in to not really need... too much, and so he's real strong with fairly minimal investment. Let's do weapons. We'll do ability. There's only 2 versions of this, not 3, so I can just do this. Actually, do I want to do that? No, I want to put you... Do I actually need 3 of them? But yeah, I would argue that the character who benefits the least from stat boosting items is probably Peiko. Because the agility items are a pain in the ass to get, and that's really the only stat that he's lacking in. So... I think that Peiko benefits very little from stat boosters. He benefits a lot from masters because he has such a huge base stat total that he can do whatever the hell he wants, right? You can do literally anything with Peiko, and he'll still be very durable and very capable of handling basically anything. Like, if you put him under, like... If you put him under Emitai, he probably has higher int growth than Nina, right? So, like, if you wanted to turn Peiko into a full, like, magic attacker is a bad role, but he would probably be the best character for that role. Because he would be able to actually survive. And if you put him under Mary Leap for 15 levels before you transition him into Emitai or whatever you're doing, he's going to be fast enough to get X turns on anything in the game. So that's kind of the thing, right? Like, Peiko just is really strong because his base stat total is so high. He has, like, I think 300 higher base stats than Ray. Not 300. He has 200 higher total stats at max level than Ray does. That's a huge difference in overall stats. And Mary Leap is cheap enough that, like, you're only losing, like, 1 total stat per level if you set them under Mary Leap. So, like, this agility difference is, like, 6 levels under Mary Leap. It's like, it's nothing. Yeah, Nina is definitely the hard mode choice. And Nina definitely benefits massively from stat boosters, because the stats that she's missing out on are the stats that are easiest to farm. She has low HP and she has low defense. And those are the 2 stats that you're going to be getting those automatically as long as you are like grinding levels and you're doing them efficiently. Not necessarily the life shards, but the thinger. She's also a great monopolize user because she's so fast. Let's see. What was I doing? Did Pagoding... Why was I coming back this direction? I feel like there was a reason I was coming back this direction, but I don't know what it was. I think that having Nina get enough power food to just, like, take over the world would be very funny. She actually has a good enough weapon right now that she's a reasonable power in terms of physical attacks. Like, if I gave her Shadow Walk, she'd be and put her at the front of an attack formation, she'd do fine. Now, admittedly, she is 14 levels above everybody else, so there's that. Let's see here. So, right, I was gonna go check what gear I have available, because I want to basically get everybody with the best gear the best gear setups they're gonna get before we get out of here. Before we get out of here, I want to check that. So we go back to Mount Zublo, but we're walking right on by to go to Junktown, take a look at what gear is available there. I'm trying to think of where... I guess I should just look up I should just go into one of the shop guides and see what the different shops have. Because I don't know... This steel gauntlet that Ray started with is very strong, and I don't know where it came from. I mean, I know he started with it, but I don't know if there's a place that I can just buy those that I didn't notice before. Because part of the point of this comparison is to, like, not be looking at theory-crafted numbers and to instead be looking at, like, in-game what the actual practical thingers are. So, Barbarossa costs a decent bit. Oh, I have enough for Emmetai now. Okay, not what I need. Those Titan belts might be interesting to try out, though. If I could double Titan belt on Ray, that would help his kind of abysmal attack power considerably. I wonder if... Is there actual normal gear available at Sin City? Is Sin City where I'm supposed to be getting these? You know what? I'm just gonna look up this item. I can just Google search this item and then hopefully steel gauntlets. They are available in Sin City. Okay, I need to go to Sin City. The protectors are good, but they are not the highest stat value we can get right now. And I'm not going to make the presumption that a party is going to have protectors at this point in the game. So we're going to pick up some duplicate steel gauntlets to do some comparison with. We're going to see if there's any armor there that I need to look at as well. Oh, right, I was just going to talk to the Windia kids. Should I talk to the Windia? I'll talk to the Windia kids now. We can unlock Emitai, but we don't actually need him right now, so... Do I want to unlock him? Maybe. Wait a minute. You want to challenge us to a game of hide and seek? Don't you? Sure, why not? That's what I thought. Okay, but we're not just kids anymore. We won't just hide here in Windia, but all over the world. For example, I'll hide somewhere in the Northwest, where there's lots of strong men. And I'll hide someplace close. I'll go to that place that smells like oil. I wonder where I should go. I know, I'll hide at the place that connects this world with that one. Wait, can we get all of them right now? Oh, we can get all of them right now. We'll make it worth your trouble to find us. You don't need any more hints, do you? Nope. Quit the game. Okay, so, do we want to grab the person who's close? I'll grab the guy who's close first, and I remember where all of them are. As soon as they gave me their hints, I'm like, wait a second, I know where all these people are. Actually, that's not entirely true. I'm not positive where the oil person is. I don't know if they're on Steel Beach or if they're in or if they're in Junktown. I actually do not remember their exact location. I'm fairly certain that I recall the actual location. Let's see. Does Nina have an instant death weapon? I don't remember there being an instant death weapon for her, but I could be wrong. Shucks, you found me. Guess I shouldn't have hidden so close. Don't worry. Don't worry about it, my friend. Don't worry about it. I know where all your friends are. I might have gotten you first, but I'm getting you all soon. So the mini-games begin. This is one of the mini-games that we're doing. This is tracking down all these kids with their hide-and-seek shenanigans. Hooliganry is what it is. True hooliganry over here. It's funny, I now think of, when I think of hooligans, I now think of like soccer hooligans. And these people do not have the vibe of soccer hooligans. Soccer hooligans, they do not give me that impression. You know what I should do? I should probably swap to Nina, because Nina's the one with steel, and I'm going to be potentially running into enemies that I can steal from, so... let's see. Do I feel comfortable fighting... Excuse me. No, we're not going to fight any battles right now because I am just puttering. But Okay, let's take a look and compare Gar and Peiko. Gar and Peiko can be compared fairly directly right now. Let's take a look at their stats. So, if we look at them without gear, Peiko looks way ahead in terms of defense, but Gar has way better defensive potential. Actually, I guess I can ignore the gauntlets, huh? Now that I think about it, because they can all wear the same gauntlets. No, it inflates the apparent difference if you ignore that. So you can equip a laurel? Oh, you can equip a laurel. Ooh, that helps you a lot. So I need 3 of these, in theory. Crepe Cape is, I think, your best in slot gear for this point. So, if I give you a normal spear, which gives you about the same agility as Peiko, then you basically lose all of your power, right? So from a speed perspective, Gar is going to be very far behind. And yeah, that ignores the Magma Armor completely. So Gar is going to have 0 agility, broadly speaking, right? Like, he's just going to sit on 0 agility. So Peiko right now is a bit faster than Gar is. And I say a bit faster, not because 19 versus 0 isn't that big a deal, but because 19 versus 0 isn't that big a deal. When we're dealing with enemies like... when we're dealing with enemies like the next boss, as an example, it's really not that huge difference. That being said, if you give speed boots, which are a very powerful... This item is crazy powerful. If you give speed boots to Peiko, Peiko can X-turn every boss that's upcoming with 1 to 2 speed casts. So if we just cast the speed spell, Peiko can get X turns. Peiko does run the problem of having way lower power than Gar does at this point in the game. For right now, because Gar has a 150 power weapon, Gar is basically at the strongest he's ever going to be. He never gets a better weapon than this. So we're going to be getting an extra 60 power off of getting a better weapon for Peiko eventually. And Peiko has better overall stat growths than Gar. So Gar is going to be falling behind after this point. Right now, though, Peiko is more durable than Gar, but Gar is pretty objectively higher DPS. Even if I equip speed boots to give myself X turns on Peiko, even if I do this and I use speed to get myself X turns, Peiko's power is low enough that enemy defense is going to cripple Peiko's damage potential compared to Gar's. Gar is going to be hitting so hard that enemy defense just doesn't matter, whereas a pretty sizable chunk of Peiko's damage is going to get eaten up by like the 50 defense that the enemies have. So that's like minus 50 damage. You can eventually, by pairing that with other things... Well, wait... Peiko has 83 AP. So from an offensive perspective, Peiko actually can crit every single attack. And if Peiko is using that, then Peiko can do this combination instead. If Peiko is using this combination, then Peiko's critting is basically doubling the damage formula and has the potential to be getting X turns. In which case, Peiko is just like way better than Gar in every way. With a little bit of support, not a huge amount of support, with a little bit of support, and giving access to an ability that is unique and that you might want on somebody else, but which you probably don't at this point in the game. At this point in the game, you would just put it on your frontliner. And you don't want to give it to Ryu. So when you're thinking about like party composition in this, what I'm looking for at this point, like I'm comparing them in terms of being a hard carry, right? This is the person who's at the front of an attack formation. They are the one taking all the hits, and they are the one who's meant to do the bulk of the damage for the party. That's the goal of this character, right? Like, you're treating Ryu as either being a support role or just going, Ryu, you're going to have enough damage in the back line that you don't need to be on the front line, right? One of those two things. So for an enemy like the slug boss, Gar wouldn't have the Beast Spear. He would have Gigantus. Wait, these are flame... Oh my god. These are flame talents. Okay. Against an enemy like the Slug, Peiko would outperform Gar by a lot. Because Gar is able to use Pyrokinesis, which is good. He'll be able to do bonus damage. You would be able to get a critical fire damage attack with Peiko with 134 versus 171 power base. Peiko would be massively outperforming the DPS of Gar. on that boss. And the reason is because the Beast Spear isn't available until later. So for any upcoming bosses, we then would compare using this power. And the next boss is not strong against fire. Sorry, it's not weak against fire. So since they're not weak against fire, we don't have the bonus damage coming out of either of them. And yeah, so I think right now Peiko is similar, but with a little bit more work necessary. Like a little bit more support gets Peiko some crazy results, and getting the speed boots. The speed boots are easy to obtain. I could go buy like 6 copies of these speed boots if I wanted, very easily. I'm not going to because they kind of break the balance of the game a little bit. Because you could get yourself plus 20 agility on every character with this, and then you can cast the speed spell. And 20 agility with the speed spell is 40 agility. And 40 agility is almost enough on its own to get stuff done. I don't need to worry about it. I don't think the next boss is particularly difficult, but I'm basically just like coming at it from a perspective of like doing an analysis of the different characters and their relative strengths at this point in the game. The thing that I'm doing here is to a large degree just doing like oh, you're only level 29. You're not level 33. Why did I think you were 33? But yeah, like if you look at like Peiko versus Momo right now is probably a bit of a blowout, right? So Momo does have 26 agility baseline. She has 46 defense baseline. She has access to the Laurel. So what was your defense right now? So you have 136 total defense. Can you wear steel gauntlets? You sure can. So we can ignore the gauntlets for now. But unfortunately, we do not have the ability to just ignore this. You can wear the asbestos armor, which I think might be your best. It's not. Silver mail is your best. And that gets you up to 93 defense, which is substantially below Peiko. But it also gets you a lot more power than Peiko. So we would assume that you're using Shadow Walk if you're doing the DPS. And so we could give you Shadow Walk, and you can cast Thinger. And I think the next boss we would need to have how much to be able to X-turn the next boss. What are we looking for? They have 28, so we would need 56 agility for the next boss, I believe. Oh, there is the Angler, which we could have fought. But yeah, honestly, the defense differences are not as big of a difference as you'd think, because it turns out that most of this stuff has low enough attack strength that you can pretty comfortably cap out with fairly low values. So like with Momo's defense at 93, which is with an empty Thinger slot, we could actually get her capped on defense against the next boss, but it would take several turns. It would take several turns to do that, which is not great. Which is not excellent. So anyway, like I would say, I think that at level 19 they're all pretty balanced. Actually, like they're surprisingly well balanced at this level for most things. Like there's some differences, but I think the differences don't really start to mount until you start running into stat caps. The stat caps are really what are gonna do you in. But what are you gonna do? Okay, we're gonna bring Nina into the party. We are going to, I think, go rest in Rapala actually, just to get my HP back to where it's supposed to be. Do we even need to compare characters to Ryu? I think it's kind of useful to compare characters to Ryu to a degree. Ryu has a surprisingly high stat pool right now. Like, goddamn. So, these two are the most comparable characters in terms of their base stats, but Ryu has, like, massively better gear. The gear available to Ryu, like, we're looking at 19 versus 38 and fire immunity. We don't have a hat equipped on you. You don't have access to the Laurel. So I don't know what my best helm is, but it's not going to be that amazing, I don't think. So, do I feel ready to... I was going to rest. Do I feel ready to level up? I actually don't need to go to... Yes, I do. I need to go to Mount Levitt because I need to go grab the kid. So we'll go through there, we'll go take a look, we'll get the steel gauntlets and shit like that. Just for shits and giggles. Are my coupons on Ray? I think my coupons might be on Ray. Not worth my time. So we're going to basically pop out through here. We're going to grab a couple of items from here. And it is interesting that we don't have that many bosses for a while. We have one boss, like, I don't know, like an hour and a half from now in terms of gameplay. Not the way that I'm playing, but like in the hands of a normal person. Oh shit. I have to go through. I was thinking, oh, I'll just take this shortcut to the end. It doesn't go to the entrance, it goes all the way in here. Not where you want to be. But it doesn't matter if we get some reprisals and kill things in here. I'm actually not that worried about leveling up now. The Ryu is under the correct master right now. So we can level up with him. I believe Peiko is under the right master. Peiko doesn't need to change masters, so. Peiko has several levels before needing to change, so I'm not that concerned about it, but I will probably be mostly running because I just don't get very much out of these. So we'll grab all of the kids. The other kids don't require going into a dangerous area where I have to fight enemies, but this kid do. If we find a goo titan, I will probably just fight it. Yeah, oh right, we need to go to the fairy village and check it on them. So the fairy village will have something. Honestly, the fairy village will have access to some very important upgrades for Peiko. Eventually. But given the way that we're playing, I don't know how long it's going to take before we actually get there. Probably a fairly considerable amount of time. So we're going to Sin City. We're going to take a look at the gear that's available here. And we can pick up things like the steel gauntlets, stuff like that. You name it, I got it. So silver knife, thieves knife. So silver mail is 32 defense. Gold hairpin is 1 defense away from the laurel. That's very funny. Alright. And does Ray have my coupons? Okay, I'm gonna be... Whoa, just 1 second. Just gonna equip my coupons on Arc. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. Okay. Unequip you. And then we will put Nina back in the party. We will equip coupons on you. And then pop in here. So, popping back into Sin City. We're going to take a nap here, maybe. It seems like a bad place to rest, actually. maybe we rest in the cave. Let's see. Okay. So let's go ahead and buy some steel gauntlets because those are actually huge. And it looks like basically everyone can wear them. So I'll just buy 2 of these. We will equip one on you. We will equip one on you. Nina now has 98 defense. Why is your defense so low? You have a leather apron equipped. Alright, let's give you your rope of wind back. 133 defense. Fucking Nina, man. Okay. I have not used all those proteins either. Let's see. Okay. So you have... I think this is just... This is the stuff that we don't need. Okay. So, in terms of defense, it's going to take us, I think, 2 castings of shield to negate the damage from the next boss. Then we'll only have to deal with the level base damage, which isn't very high. The next boss is not very high level, so it's about 14 damage, I think, from just level base damage. But they do have multi-shrink, so there's going to be multiple hits per attack. So we're just popping in here. Am I just going to blitz everything? I think I'm just going to start blitzing everything. I guess I should use attack. So, we are 166 away from leveling up. We do need to switch masters the second that we level up. So, I think for now we are done running. I think that it's easiest to just blitz everything. Rather than... Okay, I should have blitzed. I don't know if maybe we'll kill. But yeah, everyone can level up in this party right now. Everyone's got the correct master. We can only get 1 level on Ryu, though. Ryu is leveling under days for just 1 level here. So we're popping over here. We're going to... go take a nap. And I'm gonna blitz. Am I faster? I'm not faster. I have a speed tie with the mages. Okay. So that is some level of thinger. I do need to check this thing. Level 19. Level 20. 20 is a daze level, and it's a good daze level. We lose HP, but we don't lose any defense. Then I think we have a couple of fall levels. It's definitely much safer to rest in here than it is to rest in Sin City, you know? You feel strong and refreshed after resting. I would love to save. Yeah, I think things get a lot more relaxed from this point onward. I don't need to really control my EXP intake that much. It would be kind of fun to try to do every boss with, like, a different carry for each, like, to basically, like, show each character as a carry against an upcoming boss. That might be fun. Maybe I should do that for... I'm concerned... I think the next boss might be hard to do that with. Because it just takes a long time to get to the boss. I need to figure out what boss I want to do that with. Let me take a look at what the next few bosses look like. What is the next boss after this? Promising that I'm scrolling through so many enemies that are not bosses. That's the next boss. Jesus. So we have, like, no bosses at all for 1 billion years, and then we have every boss in existence all at once. This is what I'm realizing. So Nina's the fastest with 28, huh? This one should kill. Fire slugs actually give good EXP. Okay, so we picked up level 20. Get another 3 agility. You know what I think I'm going to do? The next boss is actually particularly bad for Ray, but I think I'll use Ray for the next boss, maybe. Ray requires more setup than usual for the next boss. Okay, I gotta take advantage of these multipliers. So the Ammonite. Because there's 2 bosses, Ray requires 2 setups of influence instead of 1. It's like 1 billion years from it. It's crazy how long you go without health. But yeah, they have like 170 attack power. So it would take maybe like 3 or 4. I think it's going to take like 4 shield spells to negate their damage if Ray's in the front line. Ray would be a really hard sell against that boss. Like as a primary attacker. I really want to figure out a way to make Ray feel good. I'm really struggling to like. I'm really struggling to like get Ray in a position where he feels like strong and valuable. But it's a tough sell because everything he can do except Were Tiger, Momo can already do. Is the issue. Phrasing, excuse me. Look, I'm just trying real hard to make Ray feel good, okay? It's just this is the world that we live in. It's a struggle. He's so depressed that he just feels bad all the time. What do you think? Yeah. I would love to give you 10,000 Zenny just so that I don't forget about it later. Wow, really is 10,000 Zenny. I never thought I'd really get ahem. The problem is that he's bad at stealing because he does damage when he steals. His pilfer ability deals damage, and I don't want to deal damage when I'm stealing. Now, admittedly, it doesn't do a lot of damage. It doesn't deal a lot of damage, but I guess if I was trying to steal something that's really hard to steal with a melted blade, that's fair. That's fair. Point B, enter destination. Let's see. That's good to know. Which one is the Ural region? This is the one under the thing. Where the hell is this? I should know where this is. I didn't actually do it. I don't know why I walked out the door. Whose house am I in? Oh. I completely forgot this house existed. Okay, well. That allows us to skip past all the bullshit. Let's go grab the rest of the kids. And bring them back to Windia. We have one right up here, and then we have another one that I don't actually remember the location of, which is interesting that I don't remember her location. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie doopsie. Okay, that's funny. Okay, I am showing up from this side for some reason. Whoops! I didn't think you'd find me. You're pretty good at this, ain't you? I'm going home to India. Come back and see us sometime. So that's you. So... Oh wait, this brings me onto the actual bridge. But you know what takes me off the bridge? It's going back this way for some reason. So... where do you hang out? Oh wait, I need to figure out who I need to put you under. For level 21, we are going to be using... This is the wrong character. Level 21 is a fall level. And then once we get that fall level, we'll have 3 levels in a row under days. And they are mostly fine levels. We have one level that's only like a 2 level, which is fine. Does 3 levels under days actually give me an ability? Inferno was 2. I don't know if I get one at 3. I think I need 8 for Mjolnir. Okay. Hey, buddy. We do, in fact, want Art to be your apprentice. So we actually have a while that we can sit on this. We don't need to worry about switching around for a little bit. It would be nice if before I do the next bit, I got people... Oh, right, Ray can't really be leveled, huh? Ray can level up once with a fairly garbage level under days, then gets a decent level under fall. Well, but this level under fall does drop my agility, and that is kind of your whole deal, my guy. I think sacrificing 1 point of agility for 7 points of other stats in his case is or for 8 points of stats and other things is probably a net good. I don't like sacrificing agility, but at the same time, he has such bad stats other than agility. He does at least benefit from the fact that up until a certain point, he scales at 3 times instead of 2 times with power, right? Everybody else, well, except Gar. But everyone other than Gar is going to be scaling at 2 times power because they'll be using Shadow Walk. Gar scales at 1 times power. That is sad. But Ray scales at 3 times because of the fact that he has the ability to use Were Tiger, which is a 3 times power modifier. But because it's a power modifier, it's not a modifier to the damage of the attack. It's a modifier to the actual power stat. It's subject to the cap of 999, and you can start getting there real fast. Like, we're real close to the point where he will cap out. So if we put him at the front of attack formation, he's got 120 right now. Let's give him two Titan belts, get him up to 140. With 140, triple that, and then times 1.7, or the other way around. 1.7 gives us 200 something, then we triple that. We're already nearing 700 attack power. Are you at the dock, maybe? I think she's maybe at the dock. Hey, Crazier Carl. Hello, Fisher. You got a ship? I wish I had one. Just once I'd like to try fishing out in the ocean. Yeah, we've leveled up everybody to 19, and then we have leveled up Ryu one more time. So Ryu's now level 20. I've been thinking about doing some of the upcoming bosses, trying to have like each character be like the star of the show for like basically just do the boss fights like 4 times with like basically a party of Ryu, Nina, and then one other person. I did the comparison at 19. So the comparison at 19 is that Ryu is kind of just god tier, which is not a huge surprise necessarily. He's about as good as most characters at what they are good at, right? But I've been kind of doing it like slowly over time. It isn't really a coherent mess, to be honest. Maybe I should go through with the actual equipment and things done now. So yeah, I'll just go through some of it right now. So basically, with the Ray basically and Gar are about equivalent in terms of their DPS, depending on how you set them up and like the specific details of what you do, right? Like in terms of like the next few boss fights, I'm thinking in terms of boss fights that are coming up. Ray is a bit ahead for the previous bosses, right? Like when you first become an adult. Ray would be ahead for. Oh wait, no, Ray isn't ahead for the slug because he can't do bane damage to the slug. Can he use a flare sword? I think he actually can use a flare sword, so he can do bane damage to the slug. So he would probably be a fairly strong option for the slug, compared to Gar. Though the slug does go down really fast to just like a flame warrior, but it's beside the point. Everything goes down fast to a warrior, okay? Treat Ryu as a support for the purposes of this. He's very squishy, right? Like he requires a lot of setup to get him at the front of an attack formation and alive in Were-Tiger form with enough defense that he's not going to get just killed in a turn or two. So basically, at this point where I am right now, Gar does more damage with no setup. With no setup, Gar is going to go completely out of control. Ray isn't fast enough to get X turns without setup. He needs setup for the X turns. But he also needs setup for the influence. So because he needs an influence setup, and he needs setup in terms of speed to be able to actually get X turns, because even with his speed boots, he can't get X turns without Thinger. The next boss, you need 54 agility to get X turns on, which is a huge amount of agility. So at level 19, he's not really able to outspeed by enough that he can get X turns comfortably without even more setup being done. Whereas Gar is not getting X turns, but he has more than double the base power that Ray has. So Gar on the front line, just sitting there spamming auto attacks, or in the case of certain bosses, just spamming the pyrokinesis ability, which is basically a flame strike. Using strike abilities, things like that, just the really, really cheap stuff, is able to outperform with a low amount of setup. With a medium amount of setup, Ray starts to pull ahead. Like if you do 3 to 4 turns of setup, Ray starts ramping up. Like Ray starts getting kind of out of control. You've got your influences, you've got your speed boosts. He's getting X turns. All of a sudden, he's doing more damage per hit, but he's also hitting twice per round, right? Like, we're starting to ramp up, right? Actually, he would be hitting for less per hit probably at this point because you'd be doing War Shout. It doesn't matter. Point being, Ray starts to pull ahead at middling amounts of setup. At the most extreme levels of setup, though, Gar starts getting X turns because you start just giving him double speed boots and casting speed on him. And then all of a sudden Gar is hitting for similar amounts of damage while simultaneously being controllable and being way tankier, right? So Gar is kind of like starts out in a superior position, ends in a superior position if you do extreme amounts of setup. In the middle area, Ray is actually in a pretty good position. And both of them, I think, compare very favorably to Peiko right now in terms of their damage output, because Peiko isn't really fast enough to comfortably get X turns either. If you give Peiko one pair of speed boots, then you can pretty easily get X turns with a little bit of setup. If you can get X turns on Peiko with a little bit of setup, then you can get some good results out of him. But honestly, at this moment, at level 19, at this low level, Peiko is fine. He can probably do a pretty good amount of work as a hard carry. When you add in the reprisal damage, because he's going to have he has like a 75% reprisal rate at the head of a attack formation. So that 75% reprisal rate is going to contribute a significant amount of damage against a melee using boss, particularly against the Ammonites that we're going to be fighting next, because there's 2 attacks per round, right? So, but they do have spells, so they're not only attacking, which means they're not always getting reprisal, right? But Peiko can do pretty solid damage. Is definitely the tankiest of the bunch, right? Like Peiko is sitting on 186. Gar has like 148 or something HP, and Ray is like 106 or something stupid. Like Ray is very squishy. So Peiko right now isn't really a top tier contender in terms of damage, but with the appropriate setup could be fairly similar to the others, but it would require some very specific setup, and it's not necessarily trivial to do. If basically the way that I would put it is, Peiko can start to potentially contribute to on a similar level as them, only in the capacity as Gar with like the double speed boots starts to actually outpace Ray in terms of damage. Like the beginning and the end period for Gar. At the end side of that, Peiko is starting to get up there as well because you're doing the double speed boots. The double speed boots make a big difference, because of the fact that it basically trivialized the agility differential. Because I don't think does double speed boots actually get the job done for Ray? I don't think it does. I don't think double speed boots even reduces the number of turns of setup that Ray needs. So yeah, that's the basic gist with those characters. Momo is as a front line attacker. Let's take a look. I'm trying to remember what my details were on Momo. As a frontline attacker who's just doing hard carry shit. I don't think Momo is in a strong position right now because her current weapon is so weak. Let's take a look at Momo. And yeah, the thing is, I've been doing it slowly over time rather than doing it all in one cohesive whole, which it is good. It's good to just get around to doing it all at once. Sleep shells don't do very much damage. They're only 80 power, which is very good for everybody else at this point. Well, not very good. Demon's Bane is actually higher. But this is good for everybody else. It's garbage for Momo. Momo currently has access to the weakest ability set that she's going to have for the whole game. This is her weakest point in the game in terms of gearing. She does have access to... everybody has access to the same steel gauntlets. She has enough defense right now that with a little bit of setup, she could hit the defense cap. For the next enemy. Next enemy I think is 170 power. So you're looking to get to 170 power through the 20% penalty, which I think she should be able to do without too much effort. Like, it would take, is a drop 20%. So yeah, it would probably take 4 or 5 boosts to get her there. But she just doesn't have the power to really justify trying to set her up that way right now. Right now, her damage output just isn't good enough because she's instead of having the strongest weapons in the game, right? She's competing with Gar, who has double the power coming out of his weapon as her right now. She's competing with Ray, who usually he's way behind in terms of damage output from weapon. He's got a 64 power weapon right now. She's at 80. Right? He's not improving that much from where he is right now. She's going to be skyrocketing from where she is right now. Right? So her weapon output, damage output is just not very good. So in terms of hard carry, Momo is a very hard sell. Like, she's not going to be servicing the role of hard carry at this point in the game. With that being said, Momo is not going to be a very good hard carry right now. You could do it. It would just be it would be more setup than you require for anybody else to get like equivalent results to what you'd get out of Peiko. Maybe not even that good as to what you'd get out of Peiko if you did extreme levels of setup. We're talking like 5, 6 levels of setup. She'd require a huge amount of setup to make her able to function as a carry. But what she does do, if we look at her abilities... Remember how I was saying that, like, you need to cast speed on people? Well, Momo can cast speed. So Momo makes an excellent support character here, because she has access to speed. She has access to rejuvenate. She can heal. Nina can't heal. I have no ability to heal if Nina's the support. I've been using Nina as my support, and that's why Arc has to keep being a support as well. We have 2 support characters at all times because of the fact that we just don't have Momo in the party, and Momo is the person who is the best support in the game. So, actually, that's not true. No, it actually is true. Ryu is a very good support. He's the best healer in the game. But Momo is the best support, because she gets shit like speed. Speed is an ability that you don't get on Ryu, I think, at all. I don't think he can use the clicky effect of the Robe of the Wind. I think you have to have the item equipped in order to use it. So, and he can't equip it. So we can get speed out of Nina, which is great, but she can't heal. Momo can heal and cast speed. She's the best support in the game, right? Ray can cast speed. He can't heal, and he's Ray. So Momo is definitely still top tier. To be clear, it's just that she's not competing for support slots. In terms of who's best at support of the previous ones, Peiko slots in as a support very effectively. He has the technical ability to heal. What's your int right now, my guy? You have an int of 38, so you have the ability to heal roughly as well as Ryu can. So that's good. I'm not actually sure. I can check, but I don't think you can use the clicky effects of equipment without equipping it. If you can, then actually that changes my entire life. That would be crazy. That would actually be nuts if you could do that, because there's so many good clickies. So let's go get into a fight and check this theory. Because if I can just click this with Ryu, oh baby, that changes the fucking world, man. That changes everything. If Peiko can cast speed, I think you have to have it equipped. Because otherwise you could have multiple people using the same key. That would be crazy. That would be completely nuts. Okay, let's find out. No, I don't think you can... Oh? Wait? Can I just... Oh? Wait? Does this actually use it? Wait a second. Did I just save? Wait a second. Did I save? Because this is disappearing from my inventory when I try to use it. Okay, we're fine then. We golden, we golden. Okay, we can only use it once per turn. That is interesting. Can anybody use it? Oh my god. Anybody can cast speed for free? Oh, that changes everything. I thought you had to have it equipped to use it as a kid. Holy shit. Huh. Well now. Wait, we're gonna run away. I probably should have just finished the battle, but not even worry about it. Let's see. Okay then? Never mind. So, okay, the fact that Momo has access to the speed spell is not actually as critically as important as I thought. Everybody can cast speed in the game. Holy shit, this opens up so many possibilities for me. And you can get more than one Robe of the Wind. If you can get more than one Robe of the Wind, then... And I think so, usually, upon finding out this information, I would promptly just ignore it, because I generally don't use consumables, and I would probably just treat the clickies as consumables for this purpose. In this run, part of what I'm doing is trying to do, like, a comparative analysis of characters, ignoring the fact that you can click items. is, you know, is meaningfully disruptive to that agenda. So, okay, let's take a look here. So, only to... It's technically not a consumable, but... So, here's the thing. Here's the secret with me. Something that's really strong and looks kind of like a consumable, I'm just going to disable because it's too strong. It's like an excuse to be like, oh, that I can't play with that because like it smells kind of like a consumable. I do like the idea of using the native toolkits of the characters. The fact that you can use that kind of stuff with literally anybody is legitimately spooky. So that means that you can cast 2 speeds per turn if you have one character with speed and one without speed, as long as you have the Robe of the Wind in your inventory. That's good to know. So what was I... So... Shit, now I need to come up with some other excuse for why Momo is still the best character in the game. Wait a second. Give me a second. Wait. He's spiraling. Wait. Quake. But Quake. Alright, right now, Momo is in a fairly weak position. Just, like, legitimately, Momo's in a fairly weak position. If other people can cast speed right now, because I have the Robe of the Wind, that means that Nina just got the Robe of the Wind we just picked up. We picked it up after the most recent boss. So this is going to be the first boss that we... Is that noise in here? What the hell is that noise? Why do I have video game music in my real world? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. Like, this sounds like something from, like, Xenosaga or something. It's like, oh, the Gnosis are coming. What the fuck is happening? What the hell, man? Okay, I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. So yeah, Momo is in a very weak position right now. She's still fine. Like, she's very usable right now, but this is probably the weakest she's going to be the entire game. The speed boost, yeah, it's on repeat, but I don't know where it would be coming from. It's not music that's familiar to me. It's not coming from my headset, so it's not part of the desktop. It's coming from somewhere. Wait, is it over? Now I just hear a quack. Okay, well. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so Momo is not really like a hard carry right now. And as a support, she's good, but not completely irreplaceable. And by that I mean Ryu exists, so Ryu can do the job that Momo can do. That being said, Ryu is not as good a healer as Momo is, because Ryu has no int and she has a shit ton. So her heals are going to be healing for, like, I don't know, like 30 to 40% more than his are. So she does have that advantage. He has the advantage that he has access to the shield spell, and she doesn't have access to the shield spell. Well, actually, that's not true. Everyone has access to the shield spell, which means if you're using her as your secondary support, she'll also have the shield spell. Whoever you're using as your support should have the shield spell. But she's not really fast enough that you're going to be able to guarantee X turns with her casually very easily. She's not very good at most things right this moment, but she is a very solid support. I would argue that if you're going for having like a character be your support character, Peiko is a very decent option. And no, wait, he's not, because he doesn't have the heals yet, does he? No, he doesn't have his heals yet. Okay, so Peiko is a garbage option for a support. Don't use him as a support yet. So the one advantage, the one thing that Momo has going for her is that she has no competition in terms of healers who aren't the protagonist right now. So that's the advantage that she has. Peiko as a support can work, but I think that Peiko as a support isn't really comparable to just using Nina. Like, Nina can get X turns more easily and can then use those X turns to, like, boost everybody else. So, who do we want to bring in our party right now? I think I want to bring Nina, and we will bring one other party member. Do we have a vote in chat for who should be following us around for this section of the game? This is just going to be whoever's getting the EXP for right now, but I'm going to be trying to keep everyone evened out eventually. Bear in mind that Ray is going to be locked in a pit the second that he hits level 21 and never to be seen again until, like, the very end of the game when I get access to a new master. Because at level 22 he needs a specific master that I don't have yet. He's the only one with bad enough stat growth that he actually benefits from getting access to Ladon early. Poor Ray. Actually, that's not true. The protagonist has such low stat growth that he would benefit from getting level 2 under this master, but he can't get to this point in the game at level 2. Or, sorry, at level 1. I don't think there's a way to avoid getting EXP. Yeah, Ray has the struggle of simultaneously being the character who is the most similar to Nina and, like, okay, well, what do I do with you? And then in addition to that is the character where it's like, okay, well, in addition to this, also I can only level you up to level 21 and everyone else has a max level of, like, 30. The current max level that I can get Ryu to... No, this is Ryu. Ryu can get up to level 45 with the masters that I have available. Gar can get up to level 53. Peiko can get up to level 43.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. How about Nina? I mean, Nina doesn't worry about it. Momo, come on, Momo. You have to have a really garbage HP level. Do you? Do you not? You just don't. You just don't. Like the earliest one I would even consider it for would be level 47. But it's not a good deal, I don't think. It's a perfectly reasonable fall level. There's no reason to sacrifice 4 AP for that. So level 50, level 54 you could make an argument for. Maybe level 53 you can make an argument for. I currently have her Ladon threshold set pretty low. It could be set a bit higher, and then she could go a bit higher. But with my current Ladon threshold that I have set for her, she can get up to level 54. It's madness. Anyway, don't worry about it. It's fine. So, let's just bring Ray, because we're in a non-combat section of the game. Let's just bring Ray. Where were we going? Oh, right. We were looking for we were looking for that kid, right? Is she at the dock, or is she in the thing, or is she in the thing? Is she at Steel Beach? Maybe she's at Steel Beach. I'm gonna go to Steel Beach. It is funny that I just don't remember where she is. Everyone else, I remember the exact location they are on the map, right? Like, the exact physical location of where they are. That's not true. Baez was in a slightly different location than I thought he was. He's still hidden behind the same kind of a pillar, but he was in a slightly different position than I thought he would be. So... where are you? Is she in here? I'm gonna check the town first. Where are you? Okay, so I take it back. The guy that I was telling I'm going to find everyone else instantly, I actually did in fact forget where one of your compatriots hangs out. Is she here? There she is. Okay. Whoops! You found me, boy. You scared me. I'll see you back in Windia. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we've unlocked that, and I guess we could go do the Mariner thing. The Legendary Mariner. Let's go do the Legendary Man. The Legendary Manager. I liked Ray as a kid more than I like him now. These days, I actually think of him as like a very dangerous lunatic. Like, he's a super scary guy. Like, even as a kid, it's like, oh, this guy is a bad seed. Like, he makes excuses for himself, but like, he's like... there's definitely better ways to go about what you're trying to go about than what you're doing, right? And Bunyan is a piece of shit, to be clear, right? Like, I'm not siding with Bunyan because it's people like Bunyan that create people like Ray, but Ray's a spooky guy. Like, recognizing that Bunyan and the whole town know that all of these kids are basically children who have been abandoned in the woods, and then like
playing this song and dance about personal responsibility to people that were left in the woods to die is, as like children, is crazy to me. Like to be clear, Bunyan's a worse dude than Ray. Right? Like, Bunyan is definitely a worse dude than Ray, and he represents, like, a population of people that are really, like, disturbing. Right? And that's true, but, like, that's fine, right? Like, that's the least of the problems with Bunyan, right? Like, Bunyan giving Ray a job is fine, actually. That's, like, the one thing that Bunyan has done that isn't, like, holy shit, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, that's the one thing he's done that I'm fine with. It's like, okay, buddy, you know what? In that, sure. You get a pass for that. Got nothing but the best. You've got nothing. Okay. I'm thinking of new jobs to do. Okay. Let's go to here. So do they have different... That's so true. You really do have nothing but the best. Okay, so the secondary people just speed that up. Which is good. I don't remember if I need... It's pretty heavily implied that, like, Bunyan pretty clearly knew that Ray was a were-tiger, right? Like, but I guess it kind of depends, because, like, a lot of us played this game as children, right? And one of the things about the interaction with Ray and Bunyan is that Ray and Bunyan are both kind of the adults in the room, and they are lying in front of the children, so the children don't understand what's going on, right? Like, them having that interaction where, like, they're talking in subterfuge. By the way, one of the biggest things that Bunyan does that's like a real piece of shit move is letting these kids wander off. He's supposed to be looking after Tipo and Ryu so that they don't get themselves killed following Ray. That's the reason that they're there. And then he gets distracted by his whole personal responsibility, pick yourself up by your bootstraps bullshit philosophy, that he forgets that he's supposed to be looking after these kids, and after he puts them to work for a few minutes, he's like, oh yeah, what did I have you here for? I guess you're fine. Go, do whatever you want. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, it's like Ray is having a conversation with this man going, yes, you're holding them hostage here, right? They're going to stay here with you because you're holding them hostage to maintain my good behavior, right? They're staying here, right? And then Bunyan's like, yeah, 100%, sure, let's go. And then let's them fucking go. It's crazy. I think that the rest of the town knew what the new was, though. I think they've seen the new attack, so I don't think they would necessarily blame him for the livestock attacks. They would certainly blame him for all sorts of other shit, right? But to be fair, the townspeople already hated Ray, right? They already hated him because he was poor. So, wild shit, man. They're all so bad. To be fair to Tipo, he is a small child and he's hanging out with Ray. His only influences in his life, the only people he's talking to, are Ray, who's kind of a piece of shit, and Bunyan, who's a real piece of shit, right? So like Teepo's philosophy, this like crazy thing he's got going on in his head, makes perfect sense when you realize that everybody hates him for no reason, and he's been a starving child in the wilderness who's only alive because Ray, who is, again, not a great guy, saved his life and has been, like, keeping him alive and protecting him, right? Where was I going? Oh, right, I was going to the boat, I think. Let's hope that's where I was actually going. We're going to the boat. Because, like, Ray is a product of his environment, to be sure, but, like, there is a dark side to Ray that we see throughout the plot of, like, oh yeah, this guy goes to a dark place very fast. He goes to a real dark place at the drop of a hat. Like, the Were-Tiger is a fitting ability for a guy like this to have. He's just kind of a scary guy. And he's a coward. He's kind of a coward. Like, I'm not gonna lie. There's no way that he thought that Baleo and Sunder went west. He doesn't believe that. He knew that they went east. He just didn't think he could fight them. It's just that simple. Like, he knew that he couldn't fight Baleo and Sunder, and so he went to go fuck with the organization they're a part of, but instead of going after the Kingpins, he goes after a bunch of random innocent people. But you're forgetting, Crazier Carl, he uses his power to attack random smugglers and traders and anybody walking down that road. He's just a bandit, right? Like, there's nothing to what he's doing that actually entails any sort of, like, fighting for the greater good in the thing. Oh right, yeah. I mean, if your first idea when your friends are murdered is not to go after the people who murdered them, but to instead go after random people and start murdering random people on the street and doing banditry the hardcore way, then yeah, like, you're a piece of shit, right? Like, that's not a normal response to your friends being killed by, like, very specific people. Like, he doesn't even go after McNeil. He doesn't even go after McNeil. It's years later. He only starts going after McNeil when everything goes to shit. Wait, Best in Slot? Wait, Best in Slot? Hello? Tiger Claws? Wait, Peico's a god? Wait. Shit, I can't afford any of this shit. Yeah, like, he would have gotten... Oh my god, I have 21 protein. We need to start giving that into Nina. Oh my god. I was thinking I needed, like, the fairy village to get access to my Best in Slot for Peico, but that is not the case. Okay. Do we have the coupons equipped? Now, you might think I'm joking. I'm not joking. The Amber Breastplate is literally Best in Slot for Peico, right? I think that's literally his ultimate armor. I think that's literally his best armor in the entire game. It's so embarrassing. Oh, it's so bad. Okay, yes, we do have the coupons equipped. I think we need to do this. Okay. The nice thing is the Amber Breastplate the best armor that I have available just generally right now? I think it is. It's so funny. His gear is so bad. Poor Peico. Let's see. I don't need to keep some of those claws necessarily. I
Do I have any really expensive? Oh, I have so many broadswords. Oh my god, we killed so many of these things. Okay, we'll sell all but one of the broadswords. And then we have plenty of money to pick up the best in slot ultra gear. This is going to be permanently equipped on Peiko. The Platinum Helm is pretty good. We have some really good armor available. I'm actually going to pick up the Tiger Claws for Peiko as well. Flying Spear is 50 power. This does have 2 weight, though. To be fair, this is 2 weight. It's still funny, but... Ooh, we have a Fire Scepter. It's too low in power, though. Not worth it. Okay. We picked up our Amber Breastplate, so Peiko is now going to be able to equip that. Let's see. Let's go grab... I did not realize that... Let's see. So that gives us enough defense on Peiko that Peiko could probably take damn near anything fairly easily. So I suppose it's better to want to go off the big city than the outer sea. Do I have to do the vinegar quest multiple times? Oh man, the vinegar. It's fine. It's fine. Look, the minigame. This game is a masterpiece, and all the minigames are great. And I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I be worried about this minigame that's coming up? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. Okay, we got 400 Zenny. Hello, pup. Zzz. It's a sleepy pup. Okay. Squeak, squeak. Our staple food's fish, you know, but the mayor, he doesn't like fish ever since he got sick. Now he hardly speaks to anyone. Mayor originally came from central Windia. Maybe he's homesick for some Windian cooking? Legendary mariner. If I tell you the story again, you're just gonna give me more of that nasty fish to eat, ain't you? If all they've got for me to eat's fish, well, I'll just sit here and starve to death, I will. When I'm dead, put my ashes in the Micus River. Is there anything that can be done to cheer him up? Okay. Could I just get him a fucking burger or something? Like... Could I just, like, get him a burger? Man, like... Okay, maybe it'll be hard to transport, like, raw meat. Maybe it'll be hard to transport raw meat. Don't think about that too deeply. Okay. But, like... Yes, we are going to be transporting raw meat to him. It's just that it's going to be fish. But, like... We could just get him some like real food from the outside. We've got a boat. Like, ignoring the fact that we could get him some like vegetarian food that would store better, right? Like we could just get him some fucking nice, like beautiful, delicious thing. Exactly. We need the Five Guys. What is it? What's the place that has the heart attack burger? Is it a heart attack burger, or is it just called a heart attack? I think the menu item might literally just be called a heart attack. I don't remember. Is that Five Guys? Or is that like... Is it called like Fat Boys or something? I don't know if it's like a local thing, or if it's a... or if it's a like multinational chain. I've been there like once. At some point. We just need to get this guy over to Botak Jones. I'm just gonna tell you, like, there's a restaurant here in Singapore, okay? It's called Botak Jones. Saved my life. Okay? Saved my life. It's got like the best fucking burgers, the best fucking shit. And I don't mean that like just in Singapore, I mean like it's fucking good. And it was nice. Cause like the portions on a lot of this, like the hawker center food I was eating was not enough to keep me alive. and I wasn't buying multiple portions because I'm an idiot. I actually did lose. I did lose some weight when I got to Singapore. And then I found Botox Jones, and we never had to worry about it ever again. Botox means bald, by the way, because the white guy, the Angmo, who ran the place, who created it, was a bald guy, and anyway, the nice thing is that he has a diner. That it was there was a lot of complicated history with it that is sad, and we don't need to get into it. With basically some of the partners screwing him over, and the business kind of fell apart because they started Singaporeanizing the menu. And anyway, it's a whole thing, but it's complicated. But anyway, he runs his own things that aren't Botox Jones now. I think he actually runs a place called The Original Botox or something. I don't know. But anyway, one of the things they have nearby is a place called Bernie's Diner. And it's just real nice to be to be an immigrant and to be able to get authentic versions of your food is really hard. Right, that's one of the things about being an immigrant that's kind of a weird thing that is not necessarily something that people who aren't immigrants realize, is that, when someone, if you're in America and you're eating Indian food or Chinese food or Japanese food or Mongolian food or Italian food or whatever food you're eating, you're not, actually. You're eating an American food that is inspired by that original thing, right? So, there's a big difference there, right? It's not that one is better than the other. It's just that there's a difference between the two. And so it's nice to get a place where, you can get Western food anywhere in Singapore. But generally, it's just not quite the same. And then you go to Botox, and it's yes, there were Angmos involved in the creation of this. My people. This is Leah Cloud. She's pretty, isn't it? He's pretty. Oh, you're talking about the cat. Her name is Miyuki. Isn't she cute? Wait. I am very confused. Why are you throwing a temper tantrum? I'm so confused. I'm so confused what this dialogue is referring to. Because it's this kid is throwing a temper tantrum right now. I don't get it. I don't understand what they're doing. Okay, we already looted this. We can talk to you. I built my studio here for 2 reasons, yes? 1 is because it's quiet here. 2 is because the shisu is too delicious, yes? Shisu is a rare delicacy to those outside of Micas, but we enjoy it often. It's prepared by kneading together the seeds of the shaley tree with vinegar into a small ball. Then you add a dash of horseradish, and finally, it's topped off with a succulent fresh slice of mackerel. What do you want to know how to make shisu for? To feed to the guy who hates fish. Want to get someone who hates fish to eat fish? Then shisu's the best choice. Is it? It's really good. You don't even know you're eating fish, don't you? Okay, let's show you how to make it. First of all, you put the mackerel on top of the shaley seeds that I've put in vinegar and put in a little horseradish. And squeeze it together. Okay. You're welcome. Come back once you've got everything. Don't worry, I don't need to talk to you about any of your fucking nonsense that you're going to tell me that kind of sort of works. We don't need to worry about that. Instead, is this horseradish? No. Instead, we're going to go to the internet, and the internet is going to tell us what to do. So, the first thing that we need to do is we need to catch a fish that is at least 68 centimeters. That's our first goal. So the first part of this side quest, this is a side quest that is
6 trillion mini games, just one right after another. It's just mini games for days. So the first one is the fishing mini game, which is fine. I have no notes. I'm perfectly happy to be doing the fishing mini game right now, and we'll get that done. I don't know what we need to get mackerel. Like, I don't know what they go after. I think they're fairly common, but we do need to get a relatively large one. We're going for a very large mackerel. And I don't think you can do this part before you get this quest. I think they don't actually show up in this location until now. It's kind of a weird dynamic. You can get some of the other ingredients first, but not this one. Rainbow. Okay, so that's that one. Best ingredients for that Micah's specialty shiso can be found here. Alright, so we have 2 fish that we have not caught before that are here. We're going to make sure that we equip our rod of choice. And we don't want a coin, we want... let's go with spirit first. Let's see if y'all will bite. I don't recall mackerel being particularly difficult to pull in. Like, they're one of the easier fish. I think they're equivalent to, like, a trout. And they should be fairly easy to spot. Okay, that's not good enough. We only need one of them. We're gonna catch this. Because this is a Martian squid, which we haven't caught before. Shit, that was scary. Nope. Jeez. Rude. Rude! Okay, we're fine.
Very good. Great.
Got our Martian squid.
Hey.
Okay. And yeah, all the neat mid-sized fish here are mackerel, so it should be fairly easy to catch the fish that we're looking for. Unfortunately, we don't have access to a better fishing bowl for this, but that's fine. This fishing pole is perfectly serviceable for this function.
Very great.
54, not good enough.
Hey.
There we go.
Very great.
61, not good enough. We need 68.
Hey.
So the recipe here entails a bunch of complicated stuff that's happening behind the scenes. So, like, the size of the fish is converted into a fish score, and then that fish score requires a ratio of other things to be added to it. Now, the size of the fish itself... Ooh, that's close, but not good enough. The size of the fish itself contributes to the bulk of the score. So if you just catch the first fish that you've got and use a perfect ratio, you're not going to get a high enough score to get the best out of it. You just won't.
Very good.
But
Hey.
if you get one that's at least 68, that caps out the fish score, which means that it doesn't matter what the size is, because it's not looking at a ratio of the actual size of the fish. It's looking at the ratio of the fish score variable, which is a different thing. So calculating what the fish score value is broadly not reasonable to do, because like the game doesn't tell you what the fish score is. Like it doesn't tell you the actual number. So it uses the highest. It uses the largest fish that you've ever caught. So right now it's going to be 66. No matter how many fish we catch. If we catch some like garbage mackerel that's like 20 meters long, it doesn't matter. We're using the 66 right now. So once we've caught one that's at least 68, we're set. And then from there, you have a fairly standard set of ratios, with a complication factor being that you're basically, when you do the kneading, you lose some of the ingredients. So you have to like deal with that, and that's exactly 68. That's exactly what we're looking for. We don't need to get bigger than that. 68 is sufficient. 73 would be sufficient as well. They're all the same thing. So we're done with the fish. And we can save the game now that we've got the fish. The other thing is that I think that there's a bug in the game that prevents you from getting the theoretical maximum score, because one of the things is using the pre-need value for the ratio instead of the post-need value, which means that you can't simultaneously get a perfect score for actually having the correct ratio and for having the correct ratio according to the way that it thinks that the ratio should be on one of the calculations. So you're going to miss like a couple of points because you're going to have too many Shaley seeds for one of the components of the thing. So give me a second to open up the thing, because I know that part, but I don't remember exactly how much of everything else I need. So, 3, Shisu. Okay, Shisu Quest Reverse Engineered is, I believe, the thing that I'm looking for. So, we need... We need 15 seeds. Do we need 15 or 17 seeds? I think we need 15 seeds. So 15 seeds, we need 2 vinegar, 5 horseradish. So I think we have the 5 horseradish already. I think I went back and I got more horseradish. We have 6 horseradish. So we need 5 of those 6. We need vinegar. So the other complication here, the other thing that makes this more complicated than you would expect, is that none of this is actually visible. She gives a sample ratio that is basically impossible to convert into like an actual usable metric. Which is just kind of funny. Do I need Gar for the other part? I think I might need Gar for the other part. I think I do. So we're gonna swap Gar and Peiko in because we need Gar and Peiko for the next 2 bits. So the next part of this is the easy part. We're just going to hit Peiko's head against a tree 15 times. That's fine, no problem. And then we just have to do the well. Which, where the heck does vinegar come from? Can you get vinegar out of a well? How does vinegar work? What is vinegar? I think I might need to Google what vinegar is, because I actually don't know. Okay, got the Shaley seeds. How many did I get? Is it just 1, or am I getting a bunch? Any day now. There we go. I don't think I need to do this 15 times. I think I get multiple Shaley seeds per attempt. We have 36. We're fine. We have more than enough. Okay, so... We're golden on Shaley seeds. So the next minigame is another minigame that is not probably that bad. We basically, it's just not very well communicated to you by the game. So you basically have to do it's like a whole cadence thing. So luckily there is a plus or minus. There, you don't have to do it exactly the same, but you're fine. So let's see how good I am at timing, because that's what the goal of this is going to be. Okay, so basically, we're hitting the X button some number of times. We have a randomized timer, and we have to basically get a cadence down where we're pressing the button fast enough to not cause problems. And then we have to do that exact same cadence going the other way. Say, fella, you look pretty strong there. Please tell me I don't have to do this twice. Think you could help me for a minute? I need to get some water out of the well here. Okay. You could just not tell me because you're going to lie to me. Lower the rope by hitting the triangle button. Oh. I don't know what button I have to press. Hear a splush sound. When you do, stop lowering the rope. Also, make sure you remember how many times you push the button, okay? There's the directional button, blah blah blah. So is it the square button I need to press? Or is it triangle? Is it triangle? Oh no. Press the X button. Oh, okay. It's triangle for the first one, and then it's X for the second. Okay. Weird. Sure. Okay, buddy. Nope. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. It's 9. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go. It's very easy if you know what you're doing. The visuals don't matter, so like you can get distracted by like seeing him do the pull animation. That pull animation doesn't mean anything. You're just on a timer. You're hitting the button, then you're hitting the button with the same rhythm on the way back up. This minigame caused me so many problems as a kid. This guy gave because it's like. You've got visuals, and it's like, okay, do these visuals matter? There's like no indication of what's going on for the thinger. It's like, oh, it's a whole deal. Okay, so I now have, I believe, all of the ingredients that I need. I have 6 horseradish, I have 4 vinegar, and I have a 68 centimeter mackerel, and I have like 30 some seeds, which means that we're done with this minigame in record time. Alright, and now I can actually see chat again. Interesting. Is that why it's called vinegar? Because isn't like vinegar? Isn't wine called like vino in like Italian or something like that? Like, is the vine part of that? Like, that's the root of wine in a different language that's been retained with the V instead of being called a winegar. I'm just now seeing the message because I had like a guide open in the background. I had a GameFAQs forum post. I need to do this. Okay, I need to remember to go to GameFAQs and all of these posts that people have made. I need to make copies of these posts. I need to make a document that documents all of the information that's in these posts in their original format and credits the original source of them before GameFAQs dissolves the forums completely. I need to do this because there's so much information that's buried in GameFAQs forum posts from like 15 years ago. I don't think this one's 15 years old. But how old is this one? This one's only 2 years old. But the some of the other ones are way, way older. Okay. Now then. We go to this place. Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum bum. Do I need to talk to you again, or am I done? I think she did say to come back when I had the materials, right? You got everything, right? All right, then I'll tell you how to make shiso. Okay, thanks for everything. You sure? Do you want to hear my recipe then? Yes, I would love to hear your recipe. Well, the bigger the shiso, the better. But more important than size is balance. If we say the mackerel is 10, then we'd want the chili to be 8, and the vinegar to be 2, and the horseradish to be 4. Got it? It might be hard to understand that from this explanation. Yeah, no shit. No shit, it might be hard to understand that from this explanation. You're referencing a stat that I can't see. She's not referencing the actual size of the fish. She's referencing the fish score. So it's like a fish score of 10, but you can't see the fish score. You can only see the size of the fish. It's crazy. It's crazy to me how many of these mini games are completely opaque. Just absolutely no way that you could possibly understand how they work without like literally going into the code and going, okay, what the hell are you doing? What are these calculations that you're doing? Because so it's easy to think, oh well, she's like wrong, and she's actually not incorrect. Everything she's saying is completely correct. Everything she tells you is correct. It's just that she's correct using numbers that you can't reference yourself. Because if you say, oh, okay, the mackerel is size 10, I would use 4 horseradish. Okay. So I have a 70 size mackerel. So I need to use what, like 20 horseradish? No, you need 4. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't think that she goes into more detail. I think that is basically the detail that she gives you in terms of the actual ratios that you're supposed to use. It just gives you one example using a number you don't have access to. It is crazy, but it's all fine. It's all fine and good, actually. I think we're actually done with the Shisu quest already. You know, I remember this quest being much more painful and long. And I guess part of that is that usually you have to go grab the horseradish right now. When I just grabbed the horseradish when I was traveling through Ogre Road. It's a huge time saver to just do that. I'm going to save here just in case I screw something up. I don't think I'm going to screw anything up. But we'll see. And we should, with this, get a really, really useful item. Particularly useful for the protagonist, but really useful for basically not anybody. It's not particularly useful for Ray, it's not particularly useful for Gar. But anyone other than Ray and Gar, it's really useful for. You'll see why it's not particularly useful for those two. Unless I can drop the cost of a one...
A 1-cost spell can't be dropped to 0 from this, can it? Oh, spoilers for what this item does. The mayor's so stubborn. What? Feed him fish? You crazy? I actually remember the exact line. Shisu, would it work? We won't know unless we try, I guess. Let's try it then. Let's try stealthily feeding him. Okay, so we put in... So how does this work? Do we just put all of the ingredients in at once? Is that how this works? I guess I just put them all in at once. So we are putting in... I'm just going to follow the thing that it says at the very beginning here. We don't need to click on that yet. So we're putting in one of these. We're putting in Shaley seeds until we get to 21. Okay. Then we are putting in how much vinegar? 2 of these. And then 5. And then knead twice. Okay. And then it. And hypothetically, this will give us the best result. What's this? And it's literally sashimi. It's like, you barely know that you're eating fish. It's like, it's literally sashimi. What are you talking about? Okay, mayor's canceled. Using the old imperial flag. Okay. I see what you're doing there. That horseradish has got a good kick to it. Archie's plan worked. The mayor's in high spirits again. Is it Ark's plan? The Outer Sea, eh? And you want me to tell you about the legendary mariner? Normally, I'd tell you to get such foolish notions out of your head, but I owe you for this Shisu, don't I? Here, take this. Sea charts, yay! That shows all the currents in the sea. If you follow it, you should be able to get through the crags of east of here. That's where you'll find him, the legendary mariner. So why is it that only the mayor knows where this guy is? East of the village. You'll have to do some searching. Thanks to you, the mayor has recovered his vigor. Thank you so much. Please accept this as a token of our gratitude. Please give me a spirit ring. Yeah, there we go. Spirit, shaman, same difference. Okay, so what this item does is reduces AP usage by 25%, which is very, very handy. Particularly useful for Nina, who has to use AP to do literally anything, but also extremely powerful on the protagonist because it also reduces the sustain and initial costs of dragon forms. So that is a big deal. It also reduces the cost while in the dragon forms, I believe. I think it's one of the few accessories. So here's the thing about the protagonist. Most accessories don't work on the protagonist most of the time. When the protagonist is in dragon form, his immunities, everything gets overwritten. So most accessories that do special effects don't matter to the protagonist in dragon form. So he gets value out of like base stat boosts, but that's mostly it. The Shaman's Ring is one of the few things that you can equip that actually works fully. It has a special effect that works fully while you're in dragon form, which is pretty cool. I wonder what kind of ship the legendary mariner used to cross the sea. I wonder. I can't imagine. The engine's working fine right now, but if it overheats, we'll be stuck until it cools down. So be careful. Am I the only one who's afraid to be in this boat? I can't imagine why you would be afraid to be in this boat. I don't know why you would be afraid to be in this boat, right? You're fine. Don't worry about it. Legendary mariner who came from across the sea. Maybe he can tell us something about God. You're fucking obsessed, man. Alright.
Obsessed. Peiko. Do I not get to hear the sounds of Peiko sleeping? Okay. Wait, Momo isn't down here, is she? Momo was upstairs. Alright. This is a surprise. Okay, we saved the game. We can also change party members here. Maybe we do the thing. Maybe we do. Do we have the ability to quickly change our party members around in preparation for that boss fight? Because if we do, and it only takes like a couple minutes to get back to the boss fight, I think I do want to fight the boss with a variety of parties. I think that would be fun. Ready to go? Sure thing. So where am I going? Is it here? No? Where the hell am I going? There we go. Okay, let's see if we can one-shot this minigame. Because yes, we are not done with minigames yet. We still got more. Tides only allow passage through these shallow waters for a limited time. You'll need to hurry to beat the tides. Okay. I don't remember where we're going. I don't think we're beating the tides this time because we are going to be trying to get all the items. And you can get all the items and the thing at the same time, but not playing the way that I'm playing right now. We got a heavy dagger, which I believe is just garbage. I don't remember where all of the items are. But it's not a big deal to have to do this multiple times. This is a cool minigame. I like this. Ow! Need to move you a bit. Wait, did I? No, we're fine. Oh shit! Oh god, I've been burning time. No. Alright, is there an item over here? Okay, there's an item over there. Yes. Okay, so we are not making it to that item. So we need to get through this sequence in time. So yes, okay. Now I know where I'm going. Now that I've looked, you can't actually get them all in one go, because I just realized that one's a dead end. But yeah, I really like this minigame. This kind of minigame is fun. I remember it being frustrating as a kid, but you know, I was a kid. I was dumb. Okay, we found the Blizzard Mail, and now we have an item that gives us, I believe, immunity to ice. I think it gives us absorption of ice. So we can now make 2 characters absorb ice. Actually, we can make all 3 absorb ice. We could make 3 absorb ice by equipping the ice ring, this piece of gear, as well as the and have the protagonist just turn into an ice dragon. Oops, too far. It's gonna be very funny. I think that the place that I just went is actually harder to get to than the final area. And I'm wondering if there's a thing down here. I'm gonna check. There is. Okay, so we do need to go down there and grab that. I don't remember if I can come back here whenever I want, so we're going to grab all of the items before we do the thing. I was really surprised at the relative simplicity. Let's see. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Exactly. If you can't get ice immunity or absorption, you can get the store-bought version. Except I don't think there actually is a store-bought version. There's just a wandering around the shoals version. There we go. We got the ice shield. Ooh, well.
Let's go. I actually didn't remember that was there. Like, I don't remember what items are where in this game necessarily. So, we now have, I think, 2 items that will both give immunity to ice. And the sad thing is that I was doing those comparisons of all the different characters with the gear that they had available to them. And now, of course, we have access to the Blizzard Mail, which really changes things considerably. Like, the Blizzard Mail plus the shield is a big deal, because some characters get it, some don't. So we're going to see like how big of a difference in defense we have for the various party members that we're going to be working with here. I'd imagine that everyone's going to be pretty beefy, though. I know, Duan. I've got guests. I know. Is this the party that I came with? That's a guild ship, ain't it? What would the guild want with me? Anyways, welcome. Come inside, have some coffee or something. You take tea? Would you like some Pepsi? Would you like a nice fresh Mountain Dew? Oh, man, when I'm off this diet, I'm gonna drink so much Mountain Dew, you have no idea. Probably not, actually, because apparently my wisdom teeth are dissolving. We hope to ask the Legendary Mariner how to cross the sea. Legendary Mariner? Are they still calling me that? My name's Kukwis. I'm not a sailor. I haven't explored the reaches of the outer sea. What? Then you don't have a boat we could use? Well, I did come from the other side of the sea, but as a castaway. Then you do know how to cross the sea. Please tell us, we have to cross it. Impossible. No middle sea boat could make the trip. Besides, there's nothing worth mentioning out there. Yeah, right. Then where do all those machines come from? If you got here, then there must be a way for us to get there. That's not necessarily true. Please, Kukuis, tell us how. Tides can make it possible for a one-way trip but not the other way. If you're determined that maybe there's a way. You must find a certain ship. The Black Ship? Yar, the Black Ship there be. Yes, you know it is the Black Ship. It's a large ocean-going transport. If you could get aboard it somehow. It's literally an oil tanker. I find that very funny. Okay, it's not literally an oil tanker because I don't think that there's a storage for oil in this. But this is not how you transport goods usually. This is not like a container ship, right? Container ships, they put the containers on the top. The oil goes inside. Like, this is appropriate for transporting oil and not much else. I doubt this will work, but here goes. Though I guess maybe it's supposed to have the containers on them. See? I don't think we can stop it that way. Hey, something's moving. Oh, I wonder what that is. Uh-oh. It's looking right at us. Get wrecked. Zig, get us out of here quick! It is very funny that Nina says that, considering Nina doesn't have, like, nearly as good a vision of what's going on as Zig does. What? You saying it's my fault? I mean, it's not. Like, it's like, what, you expected the ship to have an automated defense turret? Ooh, that was close. I guess it attacks anything that gets close to it. Actually, given the way that how common machine soldiers are in this game, maybe it does make sense to think that it might have an automated defense system. Never mind. We need a new plan of some sort. What should we do? You know what? In fact, you know what, Momo? It is your fault. Good question. What are we going to do now, Mr. Ark? You're the captain now. We're going to ram it. I just do what the captain says, eh? You should probably talk it over with your friends before making up your mind, yeah? Nah, we gotta ram it. Ram it! Ramming speed! Looks like the only way we'll be able to get across the ocean is on that ship. There's gotta be something we can do, right? I mean, we seem to be fine. We just need, like, a grappling hook. Like, hey, Ray, where are you? I'm gonna... You know, Peiko? Hey, how's it going, Peiko? You're so cute. Biffoo. After all that, he's still sound asleep. How does he do it? That's a good question. Because he's such a good boy. Okay. If that dummy hadn't attacked it like that, it wouldn't have gotten angry and come after us, you know? It's a... Ray, it's a fucking boat, my guy. It's a fucking boat. It's not angry with us. Calm down. What the hell, man? Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault, okay? It's not... You did it in front of everyone. Everyone knew you were going to do that. This was the plan. And she's like, oh, it's... Okay, I guess this is what we're doing. I'm the one with the bazooka, so I'll shoot it. Okay. What are you going to do? Are you going to give up? Not a chance. Okay, then, so... Now all we need to do is figure out a way to get on board that ship. What if we rammed it? Yes, Momo! Yes! You are full of good ideas. Oh, I love you, Momo. You're. You know what? I don't care what the stats say. You're top tier. I don't think we'd have any trouble if we could just get aboard it. And that's the problem, isn't it? If you're going to try ramming it, I think hitting it from behind would be best, probably. That way, we'd be able to avoid being attacked. Did you notice that there aren't any turrets on the back? Don't be hit a dick like that. Don't worry, Ray. We're going to be attacking it again. But this time, we're going to use a melee weapon. Hey, you know, to be fair, we were, like, being chased at the time. And also reading the instructions is cheating, okay? I learned this as a child. Like, reading the instructions is cheating. I was told this by my father. This is definitely not, like, a induction into toxic masculinity or anything like that. I actually don't know if this even counts as toxic masculinity. I still remember a story that I was told from my dad about my grandfather, who, him and one of the kids, I think it was my dad, were, like, there was a door that was, like, off balance or something like that, and my grandmother wanted to just hire a carpenter to just get the job done correctly. And my grandfather was like, nah, we can do it. You know, me and, one of the kids can just do this. It'll take an afternoon. It'll be great. And they do the job. They, like, measure everything very specifically. They get they get the door perfectly aligned within the frame. It's great. They get the job done, and they're like, ha! Look, we got this done perfectly. And she takes one look at the door and goes, I'll call a carpenter. And they're like, wait, what? What do you mean? It's perfect. And she's like, come back here. And they go back there. The frame itself was already misaligned. So they perfectly aligned it within the frame, which disaligned it with the floor. It's beautiful stuff. It's beautiful stuff. Look, it makes sense to call an expert and have an expert do things. A person who's good at a thing is a good idea to call. Task failed successfully. Exactly. What? Ram it? I think it's very good to do things yourself, but it's also good to get other people to do them that know what they're doing. It just depends on the task, and I think that it's perfectly reasonable to try to do it yourself and then hire a carpenter when you fuck it up. Leave it to me. It depends on what you're trying to do. For a door, sure. For maybe like a load-bearing wall, maybe no. Maybe don't do your own electrical work, okay? There's only one man for this kind of job, and that's me. Okay, Captain Sir, you just watch. I'll have you on that ship in no time. Or my name's not Zig. Are we gonna find out that your name isn't actually Zig? Ramming the black ship. Use the controller to maneuver your boat. Build up speed with the run button, and ram the black ship from directly behind. Be careful not to overheat your engine. So we have yet another minigame. But before that, we have the same minigame that we just did. Because I think there might be an item in the Mariner's shelf. Oops, shit. Ooh, I really fucked it up bad. Things were going so well. Man, I almost had like fucking top tier time. I could have had that with 10 seconds to spare if I'd kept up the pace I was doing before. Squawk? Found a protein! Okay! The black ship brings machines over to the other side. It brings machines over from the other side. Holy shit, I did not even realize that. Wait. So the shit that washes up on shore is actually... I don't know how I didn't realize this. This is information that I think we're given later on. Like, very explicitly, but I just wasn't paying close enough attention. Okay, so what you're saying is that all the shit that washes up on shore isn't wreckage, it's cargo deliveries. It's just cargo deliveries in the craziest way possible. It's like cargo deliveries where you're trying to pretend that you're not delivering cargo. Weird shit. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Okay, we don't need the coupons equipped. Okay, what party are we going to do for this next section? Wait, before we do anything else. Okay, so I need to check... something. We have 30 minutes left. I think that probably what we want to do is get as many characters to a position where they can just sit on a character on a master for a while as possible. So if I get one level under Fall with Arc, then, which requires like 6 experience? No, it requires a lot of experience. Then Arc will be able to level 3 times safely under Days. So then we don't have to work... No, this is Momo. If we look at the actual character we're supposed to be looking at, we get 1 level... We got 20 under Days. We get 1... Was I not looking at the wrong thing? Did Momo and... Do you have the same... No. Why... I don't know why it said Momo. Okay, I don't know what the hell just happened. So what we're basically looking to do is get this 1 level under Fall, and then we just switch to Days, and we don't need to worry about it from there. So let's get that done. We need to go up to the thing, and then let's take a look at the other characters. Ray we can broadly ignore because there's no like safe thing to do with Ray. We'll probably do Ray as our first attempt on this upcoming boss fight. I think that'll be the first character that we use for the boss. We're not going to use him for clearing to the boss because it's not like he can't get XP anyway.
So we'll go to the wharf. We're going to get a few more Vulcans killed. Don't worry about it. And while we're leveling up Ryu, we can probably level up Momo as well. So Momo is level 19. Level 20 requires days as well. So we're going to look to get 2 levels on Momo. We're getting Momo up to level 21, which will require fall, and then she'll be on days for 3 levels. So we're probably going to have our party for the boat be Momo, Nina, and Ryu, because these 3 have the ability to just level up indefinitely. Peiko is currently on a leveling stretch under fall, and I think has at least 1 extra level that he can get. Give me a second to check Peiko. Peiko is currently level 19 and has 2 levels under fall before switching to days, and I'm not going to be using him during this immediate section here, so I'm not going to worry about it. For the most part, for the ship, I think I'm just going to be blitzing my way to victory with Ryu. I think that's basically just the strat, is just use blitz on turn 1, and if that fails, double cast AoEs with Scuttle Scuttle. Double cast AoEs with the others. Maybe I should do an actual low-level game at some point. It might be fun to do like a proper low-level game of this at some point in the future. Okay, let's save the game, because I don't think that I've saved. And we are getting these 2 up. Peiko doesn't need to be leveled. And let's take a look at Gar and see if Gar has any nice cutoff points to play with. It's not really as relevant for Gar, because I don't have to actually get any EXP on Gar in the immediate future. But let's use Momo for this upcoming dungeon, and then maybe we switch to Ray for the next dungeon. But what we'll do is, I do think I want to fight this boss multiple times if I can do it in a timely manner. If it only takes like 5 minutes to get to the boss, I think it's worth it to show each of the different characters and how I would utilize them in a formation with their current setups. So you are Gar. You are currently level 19. Do you have Fall set as your master? Because if you have Fall set as your master already, then you're actually golden, because you have 2 levels that you can level under here. You have Fall set as your master. Perfect. So we're now in a position where we have the ability to go for a while without running out of EXP once we get these characters up to 21. These 2 need to get to 21, and we can get them to 21 very comfortably. We don't need Monopolize for this. We just need to make sure that our fastest character... So this gives resistance to Frost. And then Blizzard Mail gives 51 defense and resists Frost. Can you use Blizzard Mail? That would be too nice if you could, but no. Alright, we're going to give you the Amber Breastplate, I think. I think this is actually your best equipment right now as well. And that's not that sad. Having the Amber Breastplate be the best equipment for her right now is not that sad. That's fine. This is not her best gear in the entire game. Okay? There's a difference between this being your best gear for this particular moment and this being the best gear you're ever going to have. So we just need you to be fast. And we can give you... Titan Belt, I guess. Give you an Ice Shield. And there we go. So you now have 23 agility. You have 26. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to equip the speed boots. Okay. So we just need to fight a few fights here. So what we're basically doing is we're going to be opening with Blitz And if we have a Vulcan, we will need to cast Burn on our X turn and then do the thing. But yeah, once Arc levels up once, Arc is under the correct master, correct? Arc is under Fall. I believe it's Fall and then 2 levels under Days, or 3 levels under Days or something. So we're golden, we move over. It's going to be very nice to get a few levels under Days on this character. It's going to speed us up a lot. This is going to be a big difference. Important to recognize that the only reason that I'm leveling under Days for a given level is that I have an innate agility gain on that level. If I don't have any agility gains, I almost always default to Fall. So with that being the case, the only exception is when I'm doing Ladon. From now on, it's going to be either Days or Fall, pretty much exclusively. There's very few exceptions to that. So the... are we in attack formation? Alright, so we don't actually need to blitz on you, because we can just attack this one. And then we can steal from you. And then you can just guard. This should be lethal. I think we might not be in attack formation. I think it might have replaced our formation. It tends to do that. Okay, we charm. We steal. We guard. We're getting another protein for Nina. I should actually compare Nina to somebody else. I'll compare Nina to the protagonist. I think that's the way that I'll handle the Nina comparisons. Because Nina is the one who's getting all the stat boosters. And... oh, right, I forgot about that. That's fine. Okay, we grab the protein. I don't have the Dream Ring equipped. I did not need to do that at all. Let's see here. We will go ahead and Simoon, and then Momo will Shadow Walk. With the Ice Crystal. It's crazy being in a party where everyone can level up. The point-blank blasts to the face are quite delightful. And yes, you'll note that Momo just did that much damage with one of her starting weapons. You get that weapon in Momo's tower. Momo is so good. It is hard to overestimate just how fucking crazy Momo is as a character. She's just too fucking good. Oh, man. Alright, so we're just going to blitz. It is tempting to pick up Monopolize for Momo, just for Vulcans. Because she needs 2 levels, I think, instead of 1. Ryu just needs 1 level to switch. She needs 2. Oh, right. Am I in attack formation? Not that it really matters, but... yeah, we are in a normal formation instead. I had a suspicion. So she could, if she was at the head of an attack formation, one-shot a Vulcan with Shadow Walk. She would very, very comfortably one-shot one. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Is this the best? Do we actually need to do this? Oh yeah, I have to worry about the boss experience. How much experience am I going to get from the boss? do I want to do this? I'm tempted to just continue on. No, this is gonna be the next section. They give each one. There's 2 of them. Gives 40. So we get 9. We're gonna get 3,000 EXP from this upcoming fight, I think. 3,000 is a lot of EXP. I think I do want to be in a position where I'm comfortable eating that. We're very low level still. Like, we're not like sitting on high levels with these characters. So 3,000 per character is a lot. And then on Monday, we will be able to start up the actual thing. And we'll basically like dedicate Monday to just fighting this boss with every character not every character combo, but like a combination of various characters, predominantly using Nina as the support. I could use Momo as a support for some of these battles, but I feel like it makes more sense to use Nina as the support. It might, maybe for, I do want to charm. We charm, we lightning, and then we just shoot. Oh, but we might miss. You know what, what if we simply didn't miss? Okay. It's gonna be very funny if Arc goes down here. It's possible. Basically, if lightning doesn't kill, and then Momo misses, it will survive. And then... and then it has like a 50-50 shot of using shield or attacking, and if it attacks, it has a 70% chance to kill. So, like, it would take a lot of different factors coming into head to make that happen, but if I stay here long enough, it'll inevitably happen. But yeah, hopefully we'll just get a few more Vulcans. We need 1 level on Arc. The other thing that I could do is I could just... the thing is that I don't have an unlimited amount of EXP on Nina. Nina can only get up to 33, which isn't that high. It's so much damage. It's so much freaking damage. Yeah, you do level up a lot slower when you're not... You know, maybe I should level up in the... No, I can't level up in the... Once I get on the boat, it takes a while before I can get back. So, it's a point of no return for, like, a significant period of time. And there's limits to how I can manipulate my EXP to take advantage of various things. Because the thing is that I don't really want to just be running from everything in the next area. I'd like to just be eating the XP. And just leveling up like a normal human being. I would love to see some Vulcans. Not like get 30 EXP at a time. Give me a Vulcan and 2 Lava Men, please. Pretty please, with a cherry on top. Okay, you know what? That's close enough for Gunwork. So we charm you, and then we steal from you, and then we do... Do you have a thing to do? You don't. I guess you could throw a heal at our... just for shits and giggles, but there's no reason to do that. No reason to bother with that nonsense. Okay, Vulcan defends. I can technically increase the likelihood of success with steel by increasing my speed. But there's a limit to that because if I put her ahead of arc, then that it'll be counter effective. Regarding on this turn, because I don't think I'm gonna kill if I use Momo. We have the Ice Prism, we have the Artemis Cap. Oh, you know what we need to equip instead of the Artemis Cap? Actually, not instead, we can just do it here. Oh, you know what? We could equip this. Did I equip this on you because I'm a dope? I sure did. You can have the Dream Ring so that I don't forget about it. And then what are you doing? You were just waiting, right? I think I will snooze just to give you some AP. We will Simoon. You will switch both of these on. You'll get a Titan Belt, which I think will give you enough power to get the job done, and you'll equip a Shaman's Ring so that you can only take 6 to use the Shadow Walk. And then you can do quite a few more of these. So, you're going to take a nap, but you are an insomniac, so you're not going to sleep when you take your nap. Don't worry about it. This is a type of nap that I have taken. It's a nap where you're like, I am too tired to stay awake, and yet I am an insomniac, so I will stay awake. This is a genre of nap that I have taken where I literally do just lie down for 30 minutes until my insomnia forces me to get back up, and then I get back up. But I feel better. I feel like I've taken a nap when I do that. Like I don't even necessarily have to have my eyes closed. Sometimes I'll lie down like that and just be reading a book, and that lying down and reading for a book for 30 minutes is the equivalent of a nap. This is the Insomniac's Nap Secrets. Non-insomniacs don't want you to know these 10 easy tricks. Okay, we stole already. We don't have a fire attack on you though. So we Simoon, and we Shadow Walk. But yeah, unfortunately the Shadow Walks are not quite lethal. But they're pretty close. If she was in the front row, she'd be very comfortably doing it. Let's see here. So we need one more of those, and that'll get us done. So the thing that we're going to do now, I think this is very funny. Nina is definitely the most durable character that I have in my party right now. Well, right now is a stretch, but Nina will be the most durable character in my party in a hot second. Okay, are you all immune to Quake? Because if you are, I'm going to be sad. You're probably not immune to Quake. So we're going to use Quake. So now we have the ability to finish these off, I believe, by using Lightning first. That deals with most of them, and then Quake comes out. And you are in fact immune to Quake. Well, shit. Momo, the only person who can use Earth Magic, the worst magic type in the game. The least useful magic. Everything's fucking immune to Quake. Are there any enemies that are weak to... Like, is there an enemy that you would actually desire to cast Quake on? Is there anything weak to Quake in the game? There's gotta be something that's weak to Quake.
But Quake also doesn't have that high of a base damage, right? So, like, it would also have to be able to out-damage her just doing a normal physical attack. Oh, okay, Gold Egg Gang. They're okay. That's a good one. That's a good one, because if you hit them with physical attacks, it's very bad for you. I can't imagine that Quake is going to be getting the job done, though. Because, like, they have a lot of HP, right? I'm curious to fight some Gold Egg Gangs and, like, see... My general strategy for dealing with Gold Egg Gangs... but Peiko is not going to one-shot them. And if you use a physical attack, it, like, halves the gold that they give you, right? So if you one-shot them, you don't activate the AI portion that halves their income. So the general strategy is to go warrior form and then insta-give them with aura. I believe that's the general strategy for how to deal with them. Because magic is very slow and they will run away. So you can't do enough damage to them with it. But I could be wrong. I might be misremembering. But even doing that strategy, like, you run the risk of them running away before you get there. Momo becomes level 20 and gets Might. Yeah, just turn into a god and smite your enemies. It's that easy. It's just that easy. Okay, give me one moment. We've just hit level 20 on Momo. Do we need to get to 21 with you? We kind of should. So you've just hit 20. You need to switch to Fall now. But you're only under Fall for one level. And this level is about 3,000 EXP. If we assume that we're going to get assume we're going to get as much experience from all of the random encounters as we get from the boss itself leading up to it, then we really should get Momo that level. I'm not going to immediately switch because we're not at risk of her leveling up again. She's not going to level up to 21 before we do this. Okay, that's interesting. I haven't actually seen a double pack for these today. I guess we Typhoon. It would be nice to double charm, but if I try to double charm, wait, these use Wind Strike. Are these immune to wind? You're not immune to wind, are you? You wouldn't be immune to a poor girl with glasses, would you? We're golden, we're golden. Okay, Arc is about to level up, and we need 2,000 EXP for the next level on Momo. Do I actually want to just move Monopolize over to Momo? I think I do. We're going to grab one more fight. That will level up our protagonist. And then he's at the beginning of the place that he needs to be at for just giving us a nice buffer of EXP to play with. There we go. And then we fight basically two fights against Thingers, with Momo having monopolized. So, that is 8 HP, 8 and 4 AP. Just beautiful, beautiful level all around. All things considered, that was a pretty nice, hunky-dory level. So I think what we're gonna do, I'm really enjoying just like digging into like the character stats and things like that. I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do a level 30 check-in. Not immediate. We're gonna do that substantially in the future. But basically, at some point in the future, we'll get everybody to level 30 with the builds that they have at level 30. Maybe minus Ray. Because Ray might still be level 20. Because he's waiting for Laton to show up. Fingers crossed that we can get to level 30 after I get the ability to level up with Ray. It's fine. It's not like there's any bosses in between here and there anyway. There's such a long... Actually, I guess there is. There's one boss in between here and there, I think. I don't think we unlock Ladon until we fight the next boss. Alright, we've leveled up, and now... Let's see... Vulcans are weak to Earth. I did not know that. That's interesting. Unfortunately, Quake is an AoE, and the other enemies, the only enemies that show up with a Vulcan, are immune to Earth. Which is very funny. Let's see here. What am I doing? We're switching you to days, I believe. Yes, we're switching you to days, and then you have 3 levels under days. You're going to be there for so long. It's going to be... Actually, you're going to be there for 3 levels? If you're going to be under days for 3 levels, then I can potentially... just not worry about it, because I'm not going to get 3 levels worth of XP. Like, 3,000 EXP is like a decent bit of EXP, but is it enough to get me to all the way to level 25? Am I concerned about getting to 25 off of the back of that? Not really. And if worst case scenario, I just monopolize with Nina for the final boss. Right? It's not great, because that's like 9,000 EXP is a lot. I don't know if... We'll see. Hello, friend. I don't know why I just kept lining up and not pressing X. There is someone who wants to learn from you. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Arc is under days for now. We're going to get 1 good level and then 2 levels that are kind of garbage. But... well, we'll get 1 level that's kind of garbage and 1 level that's complete garbage, but that's fine. What we will get over the course of the next 3 levels is an additional 7 agility, which, you know, is not bad. So presumably Momo needs fall for this next level. I'm an idiot. I'm looking at the wrong character. Ryu. Ryu is... Wait, they are identical. Ryu is fall for level 21 and just switched to days, and now has days 22, 23, 24. Momo is 21 under fall, and then 22, 23, 24 under day. Okay, so you're like the same fucking person. Okay, wait a second. You're 1 level offset because you have 1 level lower. Okay. Yes. It's fine, don't worry about it. Look, I can read. Yeah, that's true. Bolt enemies really do just need to get hit with something that's an AoE. I like how we're like trying to... There's no like obvious answer of what is Quake good for. Okay, let's dig through the guide and see if there's anything that it's good for. There's gotta be something, right? There's gotta be something. Look, Momo's great. Quake looks great, but I don't think Quake is I don't think Quake is one of her better abilities. But it is useful for clearing out trash enemies. That is definitely the case. But I also I don't know, don't the bolt enemies like get easily blown up by like a blizzard or something too? Like Nina could probably get that job done just as well. Though Nina, that would require that you bring Nina. Which I'm doing, but is not necessarily an optimal way to live your life. Not necessarily an optimal way to live your life. Okay, so Momo, you need to hit level 21 under fall. I can't believe these two are identical in their training for right now. And we will use one more skilling
to give ourselves the thing. Yeah, they have such little HP that I don't know that it matters. Like, it would matter if you're hitting them with, like, with someone other than Nina or Momo. I think it would matter more. Because someone other than Nina or Momo using a spell is not going to have the int, necessarily, to, like, comfortably get the job done. Get the Monopolize. And then that's all we need for right now. We're just doing this for a very quick temporary thing. We need to have at least one skill ink so that we can swap some of the skills around. I think we can swap the skills around when we're doing the thing. Because we need to be able to swap the Shadow Walk around. This is the issue, is that I need to simultaneously be able to change my party and access the skill link stuff, which I think I'll be able to do while I'm doing the boat dungeon, but I'm not actually positive. I think I can still do it while I'm doing the boat dungeon. That's the hope. Give me 1 second, because we're technically over time. I'd like to get the last few bits here, but I'm gonna check to make sure that I do in fact have the time to do it. One moment. Okay, I have been banished, so I am back. I have been told to go away. So, what that means is we are going to save the game, and we're going to go get the levels that we're going to get. We have about an hour before my banishment ends, which means that probably I'm not going to go the full hour that I have. Probably what I'm going to do is finish up leveling Momo and dick around for a little bit, and then go do some dishes. That's probably what I'm going to do for the remainder of that hour. But we are not requested yet, so we'll get this part done. Let's see here. Though it depends. It depends on how much jabbering I do about different things, and if I decide to look up if there's any bosses that are weak against Quake. I also need to look up the base damage of Quake, because that matters too. But I think the base damage of Quake is only like 40 or something. Something along those lines. Which is like okay, but not great. It gives it roughly this, like... It gives it 40% scaling versus a normal physical attack. So its int scaling is equivalent at that point to the that's actually a little. So here's the other thing about magic that makes magic a harder sell. The fact that it scales badly is twofold. It scales badly in two separate vectors. So the first place that it scales badly is that it just has low modifiers. So the best spell in the game has an effective scaling that's equivalent to a baseline physical attack. So each point of intelligence is worth as much damage as a base physical attack with Mjolnir. So like each point of intelligence is giving you the amount that you'd get out of just hitting with a normal physical attack. Whereas most
basically any character at the end game is going to be doing double that because they're going to be using either Aura or Shadow Walk, both of which do double damage. And things like Shadow Walk and, to an extent, Aura, but to a lesser extent, Aura, have the ability to also exploit vulnerabilities. Let's see. Well, Lava Men are just fully immune to it. Oh, we got our last magma armor. Let's go. Clutch. Very important. So you are under fall for 21. Okay, there we go. Let's see. The thing with resists is that, broadly speaking, because spell damage is so low, if an enemy doesn't have a specific weakness to it, they're broadly just like might as well be immune. Like, in terms of like the actual practical utility of casting the spell, like, considering how early you get Blitz and how many spells you have available to you, like, you can very comfortably use a whatchamacallit. You can very comfortably use things like Typhoon, and basically nothing's immune to Typhoon, right? But like, for the most part, you'll have like the ability to just do double damage to something. Hitting for neutral damage with a spell, like, I'm hitting for neutral damage with that Typhoon. It does 46 damage. Like, what use is there in doing 46 damage to an enemy? Let's see. Okay, so what's going on is I'm following a specific build for each character. What that has meant so far is that... What am I doing? Do I care enough to... I don't need to monopolize this. It's not worth enough XP to bother. So we're looking for one more Vulcan that we're going to monopolize on. So we're basically just doing specific builds for everybody. And part of what I'm doing right now is just getting everyone kind of to a similar baseline. And then I want to just test them on the next boss to see, at this point in the game, which is kind of like the strongest point in the game for some characters and the weakest point in the game for others, right? Like, this is Momo's weak point in terms of the game. Like, she has access to the worst weapons relative to everyone else that she's ever going to have. I think that her, like, the sleep shells are a nice upgrade for her, but she's getting sleep shells that have 80 power at the same time that, it's not, technically it's a little earlier, but at around the same time that Ryu's getting a 99 power weapon. At the same time that Gar is getting a 150 power weapon, right? But characters like Gar are not going to get any better weapons, right? Ryu is going to reach the damage cap really soon. Ryu hits 999 power in warrior form, like, now. Right? I could do the math on it, but, like, I think I could get Ryu to 999 power with, like, a couple of war shouts. Like, I might be able to, in one turn, get Ryu up to 999 power. Maybe we'll test that once I have gotten Momo her next level. But yeah, so one of the things that I want to do is just kind of test out the different characters and play around with them while I still can. Because if I wait too long, like, if you wait until the end game to start using Ray, he's going to be real disappointed. Because Ray doesn't do anything in the end game, right? Ray, you're going to hit the power cap with Ray, like, pretty soon, right? Like, Ray doesn't need that. Like, by level 30, Ray's going to start running into the damage cap. Or not the damage cap, the power cap. And at that point, he's just going to be falling off from that point on, right? Because the multiplier on Were-Tiger will continue to get worse and worse and worse because it's capped not at 3 times, but capped at 999. And because he's just doing normal attacks with it,
he's not getting the double damage multiplier, which means that once a character can get 500 power and is using Shadow Walk, they've surpassed the value that you're getting out of Weretiger, right? So you want to be able to use him earlier rather than later. So I'm going to be using him in this upcoming boss. The problem is that I want to use him earlier rather than later, but he also has a Ladon level at level 22. Is the problem. That's the big issue, is that he's also got such bad stat gains that he literally has 3 HP and 0 AP at level 22, and that's a Ladon level right there. That's your classic Ladon. So I'm not gonna get any use out of this Monopolize, huh? Okay, Nina is the one who's about to level. We're fine. Nina needs level 33, which I'll check how much EXP I need in between streams, probably. I think that Nina's fine. As long as I'm not monopolizing everything with Nina, she should be fine. And I can always drop her from the party temporarily if need be. But Garce is in a similar boat where he's going to stop getting increases to his weaponry, but he doesn't really have enough AP growth to ever really move into using things like Shadow Walk every turn. Let's see. So the way that I handle that is by simply waiting until I have the master for each character. So the builds for each character, I've been eating a lot of EXP on Nina for most of the game. You'll note that when we get to the end of the next battle, you'll note that Nina is like level 30, and everyone else is not that. She was level 29 when everyone else was like level 13. The reason being that not everyone. Like, Ark was getting access to level 18, I believe. He got up to 19, right? So, what Nina's doing is she's eating all of the stat boosting items that I'm picking up. Every single one of those goes to her. I haven't given her all of them because some of them are rare enough that I might decide to copy them later if I decide to worry about it. I probably won't bother, but because copying the stat boosting items is it just doesn't gel with what I'm trying to go with for the run. But we monopolize here. I think the Ice Blast should be plenty to kill Lockman. We're fine. So anyway, but she's eating every skill pretty much from the masters because she's sitting on Hundara now. She was sitting on Yggdrasil, which Yggdrasil is actually just good for her. But Yggdrasil is not good enough for like a maximizing stat build, right? So Yggdrasil just isn't that kind of it's not on that tier of good, but is valuable at that point in the game. So Nina's basically been just carrying the party while everyone else is staying at low level. Momo was level 10, just did not level a single time until we got access to Daze as a master. On the plus side, Ladon as a master, who is I think the only master that I don't have available right now, I believe is a good master, but is broadly speaking only a good master after level 50, right? Like, there's very few levels where Ladon is good for those levels until you hit like level 50. And as a result of that, it is... you don't really have to worry about it too much. The one exception to that is Ray has a really, really garbage level at like level 22, where he gains 3 HP and 0 AP. And it's like, okay, well, I should just throw you on Ladon for this level. Okay, Momo's hit 21. She gets a shit ton of stats. She gets 4 int, even though she was under fall for that level. But most of the game, or sorry, not most of the game, because most of the game we weren't leveling at all on most characters. Most of the game was just leveling up Nina. But for most of the leveling, It's just switching back and forth between days and fall, depending on whether I'm gaining agility on a given level. So if I gain agility on a given level, it's usually days. And if it's occasionally Bunyan if there's like a very particular set of circumstances. And it depends on the character. And if it's a level where we don't get agility, we're just under fall. So you now are level 21. You hit 22 and up on days. You have 3 levels under days, I believe. Let's take a look. Yes, Momo, level 22. That is a days level. So, we'll get that done. And then we will have enough of an EXP buffer that we can comfortably fight enemies in the upcoming dungeon. We don't have to worry too much about it. And we can basically fight the boss and do all that jazz. Everybody should be fine to fight the boss because the 2 characters that are going to be in the party... Well, the 3 characters, because Nina does technically have a limit on how much EXP she can get. She has 3 levels available to her right now. But she's like really high level. She needs a lot of EXP to level from here. So everyone should be fine to stay under their current masters until we pass the point of no return. Or, sorry, not until we pass the point. Until we pass the point where we can return. Because we're going to a point of no return where we can't come back and retrain our masters. But by the time... I think that there's like no bosses other than the one. So once we pass that boss, the worst case scenario, we just run away from every battle. We don't have any other required EXP until after we've already gotten the ability to get back to the masters to set ourselves up. So, let's see here. We've got this done now. We've now got everybody into the correct position for this section of the game. And we have enough skill ink that we can do this boss nice and cozy with every party member, one after another. So we basically, which means we have one skill ink. We have multiple skill inks, but we only need one. We need one skill ink to basically do all the non-canon variants of fighting this boss. Because I'm just kind of curious to see how everybody fares against this upcoming boss if I like build the party around them and do my best to like show what they can do at this point in the game if I were to build into them. Because unlike usually I use both Nina and Gar to just learn skills. This time I'm only doing it to Nina. Nina's the only character that's getting stats sacrificed on the altar of learning skills. Now, that being said, she also is getting every protein and every life shard. Let's take a look at how she compares defensively. Nina. You know, I'm beginning to think that the chatters who are like, well, why don't you just get stat items and not worry about masters? They might be onto something here. Not really. This is one character, and we've been fighting almost exclusively enemies that give this stuff. Admittedly, we could be using the fairy village and stuff like that to get more stuff, but like, if we're splitting these between different party members, it's way less valuable. Yeah, Nina. Let's compare. Actually, wait. We need to compare Nina to fucking Ryu and Peiko, because those are the 2 people that have like the highest stats. Yeah, Nina has eaten a lot of protein at this point. I am curious what her build says her stat should be. Let's take a look. I have her build available. If we look at her, what is her level 30? So her level 30 base, she's supposed to have 55 defense. And with the build that I have, she has a total of +1 over her default. So why am I using Gar? Gar is not comparable.
Gar is just a physical attacker, which Nina is not. So let's look at the durability of Peiko, who... Oh, we need to give Peiko the Amber Thingamabobber. Give me a second. To get a real comparison. This is the final comparison. The final boss of comparisons is Nina with every single stat booster and the best in slot equipment for her defenses. How does that compare to Peiko right now? Like, this is the real test of Peiko's build. Is Peiko's build good enough that he's more durable than Nina? Let's see. So you can equip this Laurel. They both actually need a Laurel. This is the best in slot piece for both of them. So I can't compare them without the thinger, but that's fine. Let's see. You don't need to equip a thing there. We do need to give you the Amber Breastplate. Okay. So with Peiko's best in slot armor. This is the best in slot armor for Peiko for the entire game. He's not getting anything better than the Amber Breastplate. It's very sad and depressing. We don't need to talk about it. Peiko is just a poor tortured creature. But as this poor tortured creature, he has 147 defense and 186 HP. He is comfortably ahead of Arc right now, but not if we give the Blizzard Mail. The Blizzard Mail is a sizable defense boost, and so this brings them about to parity. Yeah, Peiko's armor is abysmal. He does not have good options. His shield is the same shield as everybody else, so that's convenient that his shield slot is at least good, but Peiko is a poor tortured creature. I think his best in slot helmet comes out of the Fairy Village and is also not good. I could be wrong on that, but I think it is. I'll have to look at that later. We might actually just find it. We might go to the Fairy Village in a second and check it out. But Nina right now has the highest defense of any party member, and this is actually very funny. Nina has such high defense right now that can the next boss... She has higher defense than the next boss has attack power. The next boss, she does not need to cast a shield spell to be able to ignore its damage. She doesn't need shield. So basically, the only damage that the next boss can do is the unmitigable damage that it deals from its level. Nina is otherwise immune to its attacks. She zeroes out its actual power stat with no defense casting. So with one casting of shield, she would nullify its base damage from the front line of the attack stance. I am tempted to give Nina Shadow Walk and to give Peiko... No, not give Peiko. Give War Shout to Arc and bring Momo and cast Speed on Nina twice and then just spam War Shout and have Nina be the only person that attacks this thing and see how fast she can burn it down. My guess, faster than you'd expect. So we get a 70% damage bonus for being in the front row. We get... It's not gonna... Ooh, but are you immune to... You're weak to thunder?! These only have 2,000 HP. Okay, I was thinking we weren't going to have Nina be one of the characters that we use as a hard carry for this fight. Nina's going to be one of the characters that we use as a hard carry for this fight, because this is going to be very funny. Nina, front row, Shadow Walk, with a Thunder Rod, and, double cast speed, she's got X turns, just cast a few, whatchamacallit, cast a few might spells, and she'll have, 300 might. She's going to be hitting for 500 damage per turn. These things only have 2,000 HP. This is actually going to be a really great strategy. It's going to be delightful. I'm going to enjoy that. That's what we're going to do for one of our encounters with this boss because it's just too funny. Nina's definitely going to be a physical hard carry because reasons. I didn't realize that it was weak against, they're weak against Thunder. So funny. Right, so we are vamping. Let's go for... Oh, right. Did I have another thing I was checking? No, I was basically just checking how strong Nina is. And actually, Nina is so strong that we're probably going to cast one shield at the start. We're going to cast a couple of speed spells on her to get her X turns. And that's gonna be probably one of the easier variants of the fight, funnily enough. Just because she's so strong right now. Okay, next on our agenda is what? God, the Ray version is going to be real hard. Look at Ray's HP. This is real rough. Momo has less HP, but Momo isn't a carry. Let's see here. Ray's going to be in a rough situation, but it's fine. Ray has pretty decent armor options. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. What was I doing? I was going to the fairy village, which means that I don't need to care about what party members I have. We'll just go to the fairy village with this party for now, and we will check to see if we have the tiger cap. Is that what it's called? We'll see if that's available now. We'll also see if the angler's rod is available. Is it angler's rod? I think it's angling rod. Whichever rod it is. But we have access to the longest reach rod once our fairy village develops it. Okay, we don't have any new peeps here. Welcome, I've got nothing but the best. I bet you do. You do have Flame Talons, which is what I've got equipped. Grape Cape. I think that I might need to do speed to get the thing that I'm looking for, actually. I think that's a great name for a fairy. I don't know what you're talking about. We do get the Angling Rod right now. Ooh, and Tiger Claws. Okay, so we could get the Tiger Claws right now. We need to equip our coupons. Because we're actually, like, out of money. I don't know how I've been grinding this much and not gotten any money, but... like, I'm actually, like, low on money. Do we pick up the Tiger Claws for you? They don't have an element. I'll need to look that up. I'll look that up between, now and when I do the next stream. Because, yeah, those might be the best thing that I have available to me for a while. And they might not be, I just don't know. They may or may not be. Wait, I should probably check my options here. I should maybe... Yeah, let's look at this right now. While we're basically just chilling. I'm just gonna put this on just camera. Y'all can look at me because I'm gonna be just looking at a screen over here. Let's see here. Let us bring open the Fairy Village Guide by Thunder Cleese or Cheese or whatever your name is. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so sometimes I do just look and see which one of them is the longest one and just assume that the longest one is going to be the best one. So weapon speed gives me some things. Item speed gives me some things that I don't need. So I don't think I need weapon speed or item speed. Handyman speed gives Holy Mantle. I can buy a Holy Mantle and a Bell Collar from there. That actually I should probably do eventually. I can actually buy protectors, which is kind of funny. I did not realize that. Let's see. We do get access to our Amber Breastplate, and we get access to Tiger's Cap via the route that we've got going. Funnily enough, a lot of the stuff that you buy from Manillo is available from the fairies as well. We do get a bell collar here. Do we get a Holy Mantle? We do. So Handyman ability gives us Holy Mantle and bell collar anyway, so we don't need to just swap it to speed. That's fine. Let's see. Item ability gives some rings that I don't think I really need. The barrier ring is maybe very good, but I'm not going to worry about it. It's not good enough to justify worrying about for our party. So I think what we're looking for eventually is getting this Tiger's Cap, but this is 4 away from where we are right now. We can also get a weapon here that is not going to service the strat that we're doing right now, so I don't need to worry about it. It's also way too expensive for me to afford. So I don't think we need to worry about any of this in terms of like worrying about like the current balance. There's a little bit of a difference between what Peiko looks like specifically if you optimize for just getting all of these fairy things unlocked, but it's kind of crazy to get all of these fairy things unlocked right now, I think. It looks like Handyman gives you the angling rod whether you do speed or thinger, interestingly enough. But yeah, right now we've got the things open that need to be open for us to get the job done. We don't need anything from the item lists, and we don't need anything from the speed lists. Okay, that's the big thing that I wanted to check with the Fairy Village, is whether we needed to change that before we go into a lot of fights over the thing. So I think we're done for right now. I think we're ready to head to the thing. Let me check quickly. Arc is under Days, which is going to be 3 more levels. Peiko is under Fall. Is Fall what we need for level 20? Peiko... Level 20 is a Fall level. Peiko actually... what just crashed? Okay, why is my mouse going out? Hello? Hello? Mouse? There we go, my mouse is back. Okay. So Peiko is set for the next 3 levels. No, the next 2 levels, because it's a 3-level range, but we already hit the first one. So we have 2 more levels under Fall, and then we're going back to Days. Ray is under the correct master for now, but only has 1 level available to them. Let's take a look. Just making sure. I'm gonna swap. We're swapping Ray, and we will swap in Gar. So Ray is under Days. Days is the thing that we need for 20. Gar is going for level 20. Is currently level 19. 20 is a Fall level, and so is 21. So I actually have a pretty decent EXP buffer with everyone other than Ray, who does not have an EXP buffer and is very sad. But everyone else has a pretty decent EXP buffer. Ray is like very close to his level cap for the bulk of the game, unfortunately. We will check Momo. We're going to bring Momo and Nina into the party. This is what we're going to be bringing into the ship. And let's see. Momo's sitting on the fucking defense on Nina. Jesus Christ. Why are you so tanky? Okay, anyway, sorry. Don't worry about it. We need Hondara until, I believe, 33, and Momo is under Days 4 days. So 22 through 24 are all days. Perfect. So everyone has the correct master. I will go ahead and equip some stuff on my characters to be set up appropriately for where we're going. What do you need as your other equipment slot? Dream Ring, so that you can snooze. And you can take off the ice shield. Can you use it? You cannot. It's very sad.
Okay, so Momo has the Silver Mail might be your best armor right now. It's not. The Amber Breastplate is your best armor for right now, but I don't need to yoink that from... Do I need to yoink that? I think I need to yoink that. Wait, I can't have them both equip it at the same time right now. Because I only have the one. So if I bring Peiko into the battle, I can't bring Momo into the battle and have them both be optimized. That's fine. I'll probably be bringing Nina into the Peiko battle anyway. It's fine. So, we're getting the Steel Gauntlets. We're getting... it would be nice to have a Laurel, but I am lazy and I'm not going to go fishing for one. We'll just give you Glass Domino. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the fact that everyone has garbage helmets. It's fine. This is perfectly reasonable for now. You have 20 agility, which is fine. And you are wearing the speed boots right now, which is fine. I'll leave you with the speed boots and the Dream Ring so that you can blitz at the start of every fight. And you can have... I don't know which kind of damage is going to be coming in. I'll just guess electric damage. So you're going to be immune to electric. I don't think I have to pick up any enemy skills from the boss, because I already picked the enemy skills up from Mikba and the Dolphin. So both of those enemy skills I've already picked up. So I don't have to worry about enemy skills. So we can just worry about blowing up the boss and all that jazz. So the boss is a ways away, by the way. I'm just thinking about the boss because I'm just trying to prepare for the future. But that is going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope to see you again on Monday when we will be progressing with the plot a considerable amount. Today we did a lot of grinding. We did a lot of just puttering around, like, you know, theory crafting, this, that, or the other thing. Tomorrow we're going to... Well, actually, we're not going to make that much progress because we're killing the same boss, like, 5 times. But we're going to fight the same boss 5 times in different ways, and it'll be cool, I promise. It's going to be fun and exciting. Don't worry about it. Okay, later, folks.